come to order. I will now take roll. Ms. Cohen? Okay, we'll come back. Ms. Corbett Sanders? Do we not have audio with the folks at home?
I can hear you, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you. Ms. Omesh is here. Ms. Pekarsky? Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Sorry, I'm here.
Thank you.
I'm here.
Thank you. Mr. Frisch?
Hello.
Hello. Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
Good evening.
Good evening. Ms. McLaughlin?
Good evening.
Ms. Marin?
Good evening.
Ms. Tolan?
Hello, I'm here.
Ms. Cohen? And Ms. Denat Kofax?
I'm here. Good evening.
Good evening. And last call for Ms. Cohen. Okay, we will wait for her to come in. Mr. Anabudo, are you with us?
I am.
Good evening to you. Please rise as our student representative, Nathan Anabudo, leads us in reciting of the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by a moment of silence.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you for a moment of silence. In order to comply with Section 2.2-3712D of the Code of Virginia, it is necessary for the board to certify that since the Fairfax County School Board convened a closed meeting on January 21, 2021, and to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the board during the closed meeting. Thank you, Ms. Corbett Sanders, seconded by Ms. Cohen. All in favor? We have Ms. Marin, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Ms. Omesh, Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Corbett Sanders, Ms. Cohen, Ms. Denat Kofax, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Tolan, Mr. Frisch, Ms. Pekarsky, and myself. That is unanimous. Item 2.5, the Red for Ed resolution has been removed from tonight's agenda. Copies of tonight's agenda are available in the back of the auditorium. Tonight's meeting is being broadcast on Channel 99 and live streamed on the website at fcps.edu/TV/ch99. I now call on Mr. Anabudo for an announcement.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. My Wi-Fi has been acting up, so I'm going to keep my video off so everyone can hear me clearly. African American History Month, February 2021. Originally established as Negro History Week in 1926 by Dr. Carter G. Woodson, a noted African American author and scholar, this event evolved into the establishment in 1976 of February as Black History Month. The commemoration has increasingly been referred to as African American History Month, although both names are currently in use. This year's theme, the Black Family, Representation, Identity, and Diversity, explores the wide-ranging diversity of Black family life, from single to two-parent households to nuclear and extended families. Throughout Black history, factors such as inequality and poverty have put pressure on maintaining family ties when a better life meant traveling far from home. This may be the reason why family reunions have always remained popular within the African American community. Economic pressures that may pull families apart also often unite them, that is, against prejudice and bigotry. Many Black families may pool resources to find job opportunities or simply find emotional comfort within their own communities. Throughout American history, the Black community has always exhibited an unwavering understanding of the value of family as an incomparable source of comfort, strength, and even survival. Thank you, Dr. Anderson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Anabudo. At this time, I call on Ms. Marin for recognition.
Yes, thank you. I'm glad to recognize National School Counseling Week. Our National School Counseling Week will be celebrated February 1st through 5th to focus our public attention on the unique contribution of our school counselors. This week is sponsored by the American Counselor Association, and it highlights what we know is a tremendous impact in our schools for our students that counselors provide. It's always celebrated in the first full week of February. Fairfax County Schools employs over almost 700 school counseling professionals, including school counselors, directors of student services, and career center specialists. They are vital to our schools and our children. As part of National School Counseling Week, it's an honor to congratulate Kathleen Otal, school counselor at McLean High School, who was recognized as the 2020 Virginia School Counselor Association Secondary Counselor of the Year. Way to go. We're lucky to have you. We would also like to congratulate Ann Lee, school counselor at Lynbrook Elementary, who was recognized as the FCPS Outstanding School-Based Professional Employee for 2020. We're also very fortunate to have you. Thank you to our counselors, and we'll keep advocating to the state to give us the funding we need to make sure all of our children have your supports. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marin. At this time, I call on Mrs. Corbett Sanders for recognition.
Thank you, Chair Anderson. This is truly a pleasure to do the recognition of National Career and Technical Education Month. And before I read the recognition, I would like to encourage all of our families, especially as we our students start planning for next year's curriculum, to have a conversation about the opportunities available to them, to our students through the CTE programs. So with that, I will read. Career and Technical Education, or CTE Month, is a public awareness campaign held every February to celebrate CTE and the achievements and accomplishments of CTE programs across the country. This year's theme, Celebrate Today, Own Tomorrow, raises awareness of the innovation and excellence that exist in our CTE programs, as well as the crucial role that CTE plays in readying our students for careers and our nation for economic success. Career and Technical Education prepares both youth and adults for a wide range of careers, from nursing to computer technicians. These careers may require varying levels of education, from high school to post-secondary certificates to 2- and 4-year college degrees. The subject areas most commonly associated with career and technical education are programming, cybersecurity, automotive technician, cosmetologist, law enforcement, nursing, emergency services, culinary arts, child development, education, marketing, entrepreneurship, electronics, and engineering. Career and technical education is offered in middle schools, high schools, 2-year community and technical colleges, and other post-secondary schools. According to the U.S. Bureau of Statistics, 18 of the 20 fastest growing occupations within the next decade will require career and technical education. Thank you to all of our CTE teachers and staff who help students in realizing the portrait of a graduate outcomes and ensure students are college and career ready. I would also like to thank the CTE Advisory Committee for all their hard work as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett Sanders. The next order of business is citizen participation. Speakers are requested to limit their remarks to not more than 3 minutes. The school board will not hear statements involving issues that have been scheduled for public hearings, such as capital improvement program, budget, and boundaries. Speakers should only address new business, action items, or resolutions as listed on the meeting agenda. Complaints regarding individual students or school-based employees should be directed to the appropriate school principal or other school official. Speakers should refrain from using personally identifiable information in connection with an individual student and are expected to deliver their comments with the decorum and respect appropriate to the conduct of the public's business. In-person speakers should stand behind the black line on the floor and speak into the microphone. Thank you for your cooperation, and thanks to those who have come to speak to us today. We do have 10 citizens who have signed up to address the board, and I will have the clerk begin to call them. Ms. Mulberg.
Our first speaker is Josh Rao. Josh Rao. Okay, I'll move to our second speaker, Kimberly Adams.
Good evening, Chair Anderson, school board members, Dr. Brabrand, and leadership team. I was planning to stand before you this evening to speak on the Red for Ed resolution that's been pulled, but I'll speak on other matters. As the president of the Fairfax Education Association, I'm glad to report that I myself, along with many thousands of your employees, are halfway through our 2-dose vaccination process. At the last meeting, I stood before you to tell you that you needed to vaccinate your staff before returning them to in-person instruction, and we are so proud that vaccination is underway now. All eligible school staff, including teachers, assistants, bus drivers, food service, office staff, administrators, school maintenance, custodial, as well as central office personnel, are in this process now. For FCPS, that means 2 doses of a vaccination. The timeline and return to in-person instruction must reflect that we wait for the second dose to be effective. Concerns also remain that students will not be vaccinated before they return to school. This will require that we maintain the hybrid model and continue social distancing, masking, and all other mitigation strategies. We still expect to see continued health department supports in contact tracing and testing to slow the spread of this virus in our schools. Your employees are doing everything they can to continue their day-to-day work within FCPS, and we wish that we did not have to come to you every 2 weeks to remind you that safe return must be our priority. In just the past 2 weeks, we've seen COVID-19 cases rise across the county to over 700 cases per 100,000 residents, much higher than our metric of the 200 cases per 100,000. An increase on school campuses has happened even though we are fully virtual. Athletes, coaches, and school staff continue to test positive. Please ensure that the fully virtual option remains for all students and staff who feel safest at home. As European nations return to quarantine, and as we as a nation have surpassed 400,000 deaths from COVID-19, this moment is critical. If we stay home just a little while longer, vaccinate as many adults as possible, and commit to vaccination for our students before removing the hybrid option, then our community will have a strong chance of turning this pandemic around. As February approaches, we would also like to thank all of our school counselors who have been with us throughout this pandemic, providing supports to students, families, and even their fellow staff members. We thank our career and technical educators who bring their passion to encouraging our students to find their path in science and technology fields. Finally, the FEA wishes to acknowledge next week as Virginia School Principals Appreciation Week. We thank so many supportive and empathetic school principals, assistant principals, and other administrators who have been truly responsive to the needs of staff and students during this global crisis. Their support has made the work easier for our employees. Thank you all for your time.
Our next speaker is William Horkin. William Horkin. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker, Teddy Geis.
Yes, hi. Can you hear and see me, Ms. Mulberg?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Hello. I wanted to really thank you, Dr. Anderson, Ms. Cohen, and Dr. Brabrand for visiting our class last week. I thought it was a really special visit, and I thought that you guys, I think you boosted the morale of many people in my class. I often don't say that this class has a lot of morale because a lot of the times they don't do any of the work. But I think the engagement you had with all of us really helped us. And I really want to thank you guys for answering our questions and really providing the input, because some of these issues are so pressing to a lot of the students in my class. And after you left, we had a little session, we had a little talk about how your visit session went, and everyone was very pleased and happy that you came. Second of all, I wanted to speak if any member would like to have a future visit please let us know. We're happy to accommodate people a second time or a first time if they haven't come. I also wanted to really thank you, Ms. McGuire. I know she has been struggling a lot lately, and I care about her deeply as one of my best friends, and I really want to thank you guys for helping her out because she has been struggling, and your words, I think, have really helped her a lot. And lastly, I'm very brief tonight, unlike usual. I did want to thank you guys for the teachers' vaccines. A lot of my teachers have talked about how excited they are about this, and they are saying that they can't wait to see us whenever we come back to school. And I just want to say thank you because I am happy to meet a lot of my teachers in person as I have not. So I really want to thank you for all the help you've done and your visit. And if anyone else wants to visit again, please let me know. Have a good night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Akshay Devarakonda.
Hi, good evening, school board. It's good to see you all again. First, on a personal note, I unequivocally condemn the attacks on you all regarding return to school. You all have been unfairly vilified and harassed, and I've been seeing subtle, and not so subtle, combinations of racism, sexism, homophobia, ageism, and or Islamophobia in the online criticism directed at each of you. I stand with you all, and I thank you for putting the safety of FCPS staff and students first. I haven't yet said anything regarding the TJ vote last month, but I want to tell you now that I respect that you all have made your decision. We all share the same goals, even if the paths we choose towards them might differ. I want nothing but the best for the 8th grade applicants who are applying to TJ now, and I will wait in good faith to see how the decided upon process for this year turns out. However, evaluating this admissions process, or any for that matter, requires adequate data to do so. With all due respect, TJ Alumni Action Group has encountered many delays and much hemming and hawing as we tried to get admissions data from FCPS. I know the TJ debate has been very taxing for you all, but without proper information to properly assess the new admissions process, we'll end up having the same conversations from the past 35 years. We're concerned that the lack of transparency and accountability will just lead everyone in circles. We've made repeated requests for previous admissions data. TJAG will be following up again in the coming weeks, and I ask that you make assisting us with this work a priority. We wish to support FCPS through analysis and recommendations grounded in the most up-to-date data for TJ admissions, but we need FCPS collectively to meet us halfway. The motions approved by the board last month for tracking outreach metrics and requiring an annual admissions report are good starts, but TJAG calls for more comprehensive and robust data collection so that all stakeholders can better determine the effectiveness of the new process. FCPS 2004 Blue Ribbon Commission report has excellent recommendations, especially regarding the longer-term impact of a TJ education. The reality is that while TJ has been ranked #1 in the nation based on standardized test scores, there has never been an analysis of the value added by this governor's school. We will also be following up with additional recommendations for various data and metrics that can be gathered by either FCPS, the TJ Admissions Office, or TJ itself. More generally, any data collected from incoming, current, or graduating TJ students also needs to be compared with identical metrics from base schools to provide a better comparison and better show the personal and community impact of the school. The underlying goal of these recommendations is to complement the work that you all are doing and to gain the necessary clarity on how TJ is serving our young people. We wish to work in partnership with the school board and FCPS and to support you all however we can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Hurst. Amanda Hurst. We'll move to our next speaker, Tina Williams.
Good evening, school board. I'm Tina Williams, president of Fairfax County Federation of Teachers. I would also like to thank our school counselors for the wonderful work that they do. It is disheartening to see our school system lose dedicated and talented staff who love the education profession. We believe this is directly tied to the FCPS culture. As the Caring Culture Strategic Scorecard notes, there is still significant room for improvement on creating a welcoming environment for students and staff and achieving a premier workforce, which includes hiring and retaining diverse educators. We believe FCPS can improve in these areas by adopting the FCFT recommendations that our union has shared with you all and the leadership team on improving equity in hiring and retention of staff, school discipline, curriculum, and professional development. We must improve equity in education from both a larger systems perspective and an individual student perspective. This should start with immediately improving transparency in the sharing of information on FCPS's performance and equity practices. This data should be clearly visible and available for community access on the website without a need to submit requests to acquire this data. FCPS can foster a caring culture for staff by demonstrating that it values and appreciates all of its hardworking employees by providing the expected step increases in market scale adjustments. State revenue is higher than expected, and our governor has acknowledged that the importance of all school staff receiving raises this year, given the incredible work we have done for our students and community through this pandemic. So we urge you to utilize federal funds and other resources to compensate employees fairly. FCPS can also achieve a caring culture by ensuring that we reopen our school buildings safely. Unfortunately, the pandemic continues to surge as our members anticipate receiving both doses and being provided enough time to be fully inoculated in order to help control the spread. The vaccine alone will not keep our schools safe, so it is important that our school system meet FCFT's 11 pillars of a safe reopening, prioritize low transmission rates, and implement safe mitigation strategies. This twofold approach will help improve FCPS's employee morale and contribute to staff members feeling supported and valued. We look forward to working with the board on these issues to ensure FCPS fully meets its goal of achieving a caring culture. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kweli Zuccheri. Kweli Zuccheri. Our next speaker is Sam Collins.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Good evening and assalamu alaikum. My name is Sam Collins. I am the parent of 5 children in the Fairfax County Public Schools, the youngest a 5th grader and the oldest a senior. I am speaking tonight on behalf of Woodson Choral Boosters and our children. While you have approved some students to participate in activities, indoors and outdoors, with masks and without masks, Woodson choral students have been precluded from participating in any extracurricular choral activities on school grounds or elsewhere. Each year for the past 32 years, the Woodson Chorus has put on a show called Dessert on Broadway. This is an optional extracurricular event in which many Woodson choral students participate. It is, in many respects, our annual homecoming event, attended by alumni and fans alike. After coordinating with our administration to allow students to come in one at a time for only 10 minutes each for a masked costume fitting with 2 masked adults, we were alerted that the school board decided not to allow this to happen, whether at Woodson or outside of the school. Students and parents alike are perplexed as to why activities like athletics, school pictures, and SATs are permitted to take place on school grounds, and yet a 10-minute costume fitting with mandatory masking is not allowed to happen at all anywhere. Your decision in this matter sets a clear double standard and demoralizes the children in a program of 200 students. Do you suppose the choral members feel a part of one Woodson when they see that others can participate in activities while they cannot? We know that you must make difficult decisions during the times of COVID to keep our children safe and learning, both stopping certain activities and in-classroom learning, as well as permitting things to try to provide normalcy and a well-rounded educational and emotional experience for them. This is what we have entrusted you to do as our representatives. However, as you make these difficult decisions, it is important that you make them consistently using the guidelines established by experts in their respective fields, as you have for football, basketball, wrestling, and other programs. In this case, you appear to have inadvertently prioritized certain activities over the arts and created an inequitable educational environment for our children. On behalf of all those who choose extracurricular chorus or drama or band activities for that matter, I ask that you allow these activities to take place while following the guidelines established by a University of Colorado and Maryland study. These guidelines include rehearsals and gatherings only outdoors, masks required at all times, more than 6 feet of social distancing being enforced, gatherings of no more than 10 students, and rehearsals and gatherings not lasting more than 30 minutes. It seems
speaker's
only
time
fair
is
to
now
allow
up.
four gatherings under the guidelines and to allow others.
Sir, your time is up. Thank you. Our next speaker is George Becerra.
Can you hear me, ma'am? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Good evening, school board members and Superintendent Brabrand. Wanted to start off talking about action item 4.02. I agree on the minor changes being proposed tonight. More importantly, I think the board and the student representative to the school board should consider advocating to the General Assembly for the student rep to have an official vote on the board, just like Maryland does. I know the current student rep to accomplish this.
We can't hear. Mr. Becerra, I'm so sorry. If you could speak up a little louder.
I'm sorry. Is it better now, worse?
Not much change, but go ahead. Just shout it out a little bit, please.
Sorry about that. I know it'll be too late for the current student rep to accomplish this during this year's General Assembly session. But this can be passed over the next student rep in May. My assumption also is this board wants the student rep to have an official vote. I'm assuming this because of the recent direction of this board and the last board's of increasing civic engagement to the students. It also may help in being the tie vote during your sentence of the board votes and other amendment votes. Second, to Ms. McLaughlin and Ms. Pekarsky, as the Joint Board of Supervisors and School Board's successful Children and Youth Policy Team, also known as SKIP, starts meeting again on February 3rd after a year off. MSFC, which has been a member since its inception in 2013, would like the SKIP Executive Board made with you two, Supervisor Luskin Palchik, and the Deputy County Executive for Health and Human Services to allow the SKIP membership to decide what issues should be to tackle. As the calendar plays out this year, the SKIP will not have time to make any county budget recommendations for next year's budget, so we have time to regroup. One of the issues that needs to be addressed is a review and accountability of the One Fairfax policy in both the county and school services. This would be a proper place for review and accountability because the One Fairfax policy was created in the SKIP. Third, from your work session this past Tuesday, I would like to encourage the board to do a new strategic plan. Like Ms. Fairfax stated, it's been like 6 or 7 years since the last one was done. At that time, it was stated that strategic plan should be done every 5 years. For reference, the Board of Supervisors will have done after this year 2 strategic plans in 8 years. The second one started by County Executive Hill after he came into office. In the same work session, discussion was had on program evaluations. MSAOC would like to again advocate for 2 program evaluations at the system-wide level, like evaluating closing achievement gap plan. Currently, the Office of Research and Strategic Improvement is doing 4 or 5 system-wide program evaluations per year. In comparison, the county evaluates 20 system-wide programs per year. Horsey is way understaffed, and that needs to be addressed if you want to answer all your return on investment questions you all had. Thank you, Dr. Presidio, for doing zero-based budgeting for your department. I hope the whole school budget will do this. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our final speaker.
Thank you very much. At this time, I call on Mr. Anubudo for student representative matters.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just first want to start off by talking a little bit about a meeting that Mrs. Tolan and I had over this past week. I believe it was last week. Talking a little bit to the students about the work that I've been doing to kind of advocate about student voice during this incredibly unprecedented school year. I kind of heard feedback from students, and Ms. Tolan can kind of testify to this, about the fact that the visibility of some of the avenues that students have to speak up about the problems that they're facing aren't necessarily clear within our school system. So I am happy that we got to hear that feedback between Ms. Tolan and I look forward to continuing to do work on behalf of students and increasing the visibility of the avenues like the SAC, the Student Advisory Council that we have in our community, and others, to ensure that students know, and including myself, to ensure that students know when and where they can go when they want to speak to students who, have the ears of leadership, to have their voices concerned and, address some of the things that are going on. Because while obviously we know that their school-based support staff, including their administration, are great places to start if they have issues within their school buildings, sometimes hearing from a student and hearing responses from a student can mean the difference between reception and not. So I think that working to increase visibility in the different ways that we can and brainstormed in that last meeting was really cool. And I'm thankful to all the students that I got to meet with in that last session. And I look forward to continuing to do that work. Also, I would like to call attention to some of the recent conversations around AP and College Board and their recent decisions that have had students kind of spiraling. I've been listening to a lot of conversations lately. And College Board's popularity among students has been declining rapidly for a while now. So I'm really honored that our school system, in conjunction with their stated goals of amplifying student voice, has created a platform for me and a few other students to speak to College Board, a sort of listening session where we get to kind of voice our concerns about what being an AP student during this pandemic has been like, and where AP can go from here to kind of address some of the needs and concerns of students, because it seems like they haven't been doing so. So I'm thankful to leadership, particularly Ms. Small, and the work that we've been doing to set that up. And I look forward to listening session and everything that gets to be done in that setting, because, like I said, it's one of those things where I find my position to be amplifying the voice of students in the community, and that's just one thing that I feel like there's a lot of consensus on. So I'm glad that we're going to get to be doing that very soon. And another thing that I'd like to touch a little bit on is, when I was running for this position, when I was campaigning, I talked a lot about the importance of examining opportunity gaps and looking for ways that we can address some of the concerns within our school system about, the achievement gaps between certain populations within our community. And I talked a lot about, I said to the SAC that I think that sometimes, we shy away from young people shy away from trying to tackle large issues because we think that they require large scale solutions. And one of the ideas I talked to them about was having a book drive. And I said something so simple like that could really make a big difference if we're talking about, third grade reading SWL pass rates, getting literary materials into the hands of young students as early as possible. I told them that I thought that can make a big difference. And I'm super happy to report that in the coming weeks, probably sometime in February, I'll get to announce details about a virtual book drive that's going to get to be happening. And I'm really excited about that. And I look forward to partnering with students across the county, as well as a local company, to ensure that we find creative ways, even in the midst of everything crazy that is going on, to get books into the hands of young people within our school system, and let the magic of literature do the rest. So those are kind of the three updates that I have, and I promised myself I'd keep it brief today. So in the spirit of that, I'd like to close on the thought that Friday, tomorrow, is the end of the second quarter and the first semester of this incredibly difficult and different and amazing and all the feelings school years. And I just want to say thank you to Dr. Braybrand and leadership and the school board and every single teacher within our school system, as well as all the school-based support staff that have made this school year possible. I mean, there was no way to do this right, and somehow we still did, I feel like. And I want to say thank you to everyone who's made that possible. I know it hasn't been easy, and I know there's a lot of work that still is to be done. And I'm excited about the conversations that are being had about recovering any learning loss that has been present during this time period. And I look forward to continuing to be a part of those conversations as we move into the next phase of this pandemic and the next conversations we're going to have about reopening and the summer. And I know the governor's talking about year-round schooling, and I look forward to continuing in my role through July about ensuring that students and their needs are met in every way that the school system can do. So I'm thankful, and I just want to say congratulations to all the students out there. We're halfway there, and I know we'll make it no matter what gets thrown at us, because we're strong and we're resilient, And we've proven that this year, and we will continue to do so. So thank you, everyone. And that is it for me, Dr. Anderson. So I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Anabudo. We appreciate your very thoughtful comments, as always. At this time, I would like to call on Dr. Brabrand for the introduction of the strategic plan report for goals 1 and 2.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson, members of the school board. It's my honor and pleasure to share the strategic plan with you that you know is our guiding document, and I'm going to turn it over to our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Marty Smith, who will set up some of the context and share the remainder of the presentation with you all. So, Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand, and good evening, Madam Chair. Good evening, board. We're very excited this evening to bring you our goal 1 and 2 reports. I want to remind the board and the community that this is a look back at our progress, a year's look back at our progress, and it's based on our current desired outcomes and metrics. And if you can remember all the way back to February of 2020, it seems like a lifetime ago, but we were in the process of revamping our strategic plan when unfortunately the pandemic hit and we had to pull back some of those efforts. And so because of the pandemic, our approach has been different this year. Many data points were not available to staff, and our departments were clearly focused on our virtual and distant learning efforts and also return to school. And so at that, our Office of Research and Strategic Improvement took it upon themselves at the direction of the superintendent to complete the reports, to compile those reports, and work very closely with our departments in collaboration, and our goal champions then provided those staff responses. And so tonight, our director for the Office of Research and Strategic Improvement, Lydia Haruda, will be going through the goal reports, and our goal champions, Dr. Presidio and Dr. Boyd, will be providing that staff response. I want to explain a little bit about the information that's been posted. We've taken a tiered approach to providing information to the board this evening. You have the full reports provided along with executive summaries, and we also posted the final presentation, which is simply a highlight of those executive summaries. And so the information that we're going to go through tonight in the presentation has all been shared with the board. And you will have an opportunity tonight to ask questions about the information within the reports. You will also have an opportunity to ask follow-up questions when we present goals 3 and 4. And also during those department budget work sessions. Dr. Presidio provided the ISD department work session earlier in the week. And there was such a great dialogue between the board and staff, and so there will be many opportunities. Tonight's presentation, in conjunction with those updates and information that we shared during the return to school meetings, will provide a picture of our efforts to date and create that roadmap for where we need to go in Fairfax County. And in the future, because there was some discussion about this at the ISD work session, we will have an opportunity to bring our best thinking around updates to the strategic plan to the board. We'll certainly work with the board chair and vice chair at the best time to do that, where we can enhance those metrics and really think about and learn from our experiences with the pandemic on the best path forward for our students. And so with that, I'm going to turn the meeting over to Ms. Haruda, and then we will be available for questions afterward.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and good evening. I'm going to start on let me pick the right slide because we've gone through some of them. I'll ask if we can turn to slide 5 and talk about, actually slide 4, sorry, and talk about the decision that will be requested from the school board at the end of the presentation, when it comes back for a vote, would be to vote to accept the school year 2019-20 fiscal year 20 strategic plan student success goal 1 and caring culture goal 2 reports. So next slide, please. Today's presentation represents highlights of the fall goal reports for goals 1 and 2, student success and caring culture. It covers FCPS's strategic performance and efforts for these 2 goals during last year, school year 19-20 and fiscal year 20. This year's reports are intended to describe performance metrics and associated actions to show what FCPS did and how it performed last year. I will present the costs and how successful actions were in achieving targeted progress. ORC drew conclusions about actions to provide the school board with some opportunities to consider in the future to improve metric performance for FCPS. Goal champions will also weigh in, as Mr. Smith said, with their responses to ORC's reporting. We will move through these slides relatively quickly. For the members of the public, there's a great deal of information in the posted highlights document and goal reports that provide a deeper dive into FCPS's performance on its strategic aspirations, the actions it took to achieve those aspirations, as well as associated costs, including return on investment analyses that support the conclusions drawn in the reports and presented tonight. We will start with Goal 1, Student Success. The student success goal area has 3 different desired outcomes that are the focus of our strategic plan. Briefly, they are the elimination of gaps, early education, and portrait of a graduate attributes. Next slide. Before I delve into the specifics of FCPS's performance and actions last year, I wanted to highlight some of the important school board decisions over the last several years that have supported FCPS's efforts to attain its student success targets. Again, these are only highlights of some of the school board's actions that have supported the goal. You can see that these include funding of numerous initiatives such as English learner supports, FCPS On, and advanced academic resource teachers at Title I schools, as well as advocating for initiatives that support student success. Next slide. This slide presents a broad overview of FCPS's progress in its student success goal. Listed on this slide are the aspirations FCPS works to achieve in the strategic area of student success. These 6 student success aspirations are measured by 22 metrics. For example, for the first aspiration, all students will be successful in reading and mathematics. FCPS measures its progress using several metrics, including the percentage of grade 3 students who read at or above grade level. The data for this metric is disaggregated for our student groups: Asian, Black, Hispanic, white students, as well as our English learner students, economically disadvantaged students, and FCPS's students with disabilities. This allows us to measure and judge whether each group is individually making the expected progress on the metric. The data in the table on this slide is a summary of FCPS's performance across all 22 metrics. The one metric where FCPS met or exceeded its target was in the percent and number of high school students with access to an FCPS-provided individual computer or tablet. The missing data for the 6 metrics were largely due to the COVID pandemic. For example, SOL data was unavailable since students did not take tests last year. Information about each metric and each student group is available in the narrative report. Next slide. As we move to the slide to discuss more highlights of FCPS's metric performance last year, another reminder that the narrative report goes into greater depth on each of the points made here. Firstly, FCPS made the most progress in addressing access and opportunity gaps, meaning FCPS improved in ensuring that programs and services were equally available to students from all student groups, and that students, in fact, participated or took up the opportunity to participate more equally across all of our student groups last year. This narrowing of gaps in access and opportunity included the areas of providing students with access to technology, providing access and opportunity for advanced academic programs and advanced coursework. Of particular note is that many of the metrics on access and opportunity indicated that FCPS had made improvement in providing Black students with more equitable access and opportunity during school year 2019-20. Moving on to metrics reflecting gaps in achievement between students, here we were focused on how our students performed and whether or not performance was similar across all our student groups. The available metric data showed that overall improvement did occur during school year 2019-20 in narrowing achievement gaps. This narrowing was shown in our metric data for grade 3 students reading at or above grade level, students passing college level exams, students passing a college level exam or earning industry certification, and students passing honors courses, as well as in FCPS's on-time graduation rates. Nonetheless, persistent achievement gaps continued for many of our student groups, including Hispanic, Black, English learner, and economically disadvantaged students, as well as our students with disabilities. Unfortunately, one of the important things to highlight here are the especially large gaps for our English learner students across multiple metrics. Moving on to our early education metric, this was the first year that we had data available for this outcome. Overall, 76% of all students entering kindergarten demonstrated executive functioning skills at the level the state has identified as needed to be ready to succeed in kindergarten. While overall, a majority of our students were entering with these skills, achievement gaps already existed at kindergarten entry among our student groups. Finally, metric data to gauge progress on the Portrait of a Graduate Attributes outcome were unavailable due to COVID-19 closure that prevented schools from engaging students in presentations of learning. Next slide. This slide focuses on some of the main actions FCPS undertook to attain its aspirations during school year 2019-20. In other words, it answers the question, what was FCPS doing last year to try to meet its aspirational targets? The actions were provided to ORSI by the goal champion, central office departments, and regions who oversaw the work. Also listed on this slide are the costs associated with each action. This cost information provides transparency about the cost of each specific action that FCPS engaged in last year to attain its goals. These costs can be found in neither the approved budget nor program budget documents because they typically span multiple departments, offices, and programs. The majority of the costs for each of these actions represent central and school-based staff time to plan, implement, or participate in the effort. A description of each action and details on costs are available in the Student Success Narrative Report. Additionally, the report includes ROI analyses of these costs in relation to metric data performance or other associated data to provide insight into which actions are helping FCPS attain its aspirations and where to focus improvements. Next slide. This slide shows similar actions and costs that the goal champion and department staff reported to ORSI were undertaken during school year 2019-20 in support of FCPS's early education and Portrait of a Graduate attributes. For example, for the early education outcome, FCPS implemented a FCPS and expanded the Bridge to Kindergarten program last year. Next slide. Moving now to goal action highlights, this slide focuses not only on some of the important insights about how well actions were working or might work, but also draws conclusions based on analyses ORSI undertook of the metric data and at times additional related data to find out whether or not the actions taken by FCPS were successful in helping to eliminate gaps. The details of the relation between the actions and expected impacts on performance are detailed in the narrative report. Some of the highlights reflected on this slide include that implementation of FCPS on last year led to positive outcomes for students, narrowing the technology gap among our high school students. The actions taken to improve graduation rates are well grounded in research and best practices, so should have a positive impacts over time. Also on the positive side, the additional resources dedicated to AAP was associated with an increase in the number of students accessing Level 4 and Level 3 AAP services, including students from groups who are historically underrepresented in these programs. On the less positive side, while FCPS made progress in reducing gaps on several metrics, gaps continue to exist, starting early and persisting through graduation. FCPS should consider more coordinated efforts to accelerate the progress and meet the targeted levels of performance to eliminate gaps. In particular, addressing the needs of English learners is critical since this student group continued to lag last year, and as we know from data this year, continue to be a large concern. The current innovation cohorts are limited in their scope, touching only some FCPS schools, so looking for additional actions beyond current ones will be critical to helping FCPS's English learners succeed. Next slide. Taking a look at the actions described in the narrative report for early education, Orsi was able to connect the opportunities for participation in pre-kindergarten to a boost in executive functioning skills at kindergarten entry. Performance gaps do exist, and more work is needed to enhance participation to influence more students before they begin kindergarten. Lastly, Portrait of a Graduate has been a focus for FCPS for many years, but actions to increase students' development of these attributes, including formal system-wide implementation of presentations of learning and collection of associated data, have not expanded to scale. As described in the report, the Portrait of a Graduate presentations of learning that are the focus of the metric and are intended to represent how students have mastered Portrait of a Graduate attributes are currently not expanded to all schools. So while Portrait of a Graduate is embedded within the curriculum itself, the presentations of learning that are intended to allow practice in the development of the skills and track progress have not been implemented across all FCPS schools. I will now turn things over to Dr. Sloan Presidio, who will speak to the Gold Champion response to these conclusions.
All right, well, thank you very much, Ms. Aruda. And I just want to start out by thanking you and your entire team for putting this report together this year. It's an incredible amount of work, and you did an excellent job with it. And, you know, we really appreciate that because that allowed the departments, including instructional services, to spend more time focused on how we can support schools, staff members, teachers, and students with distance learning and return to school. So it's greatly appreciated and excellent, excellent work. And if we could go to the next slide, what I'd like to do is just provide just a little bit more detail on a few points, most of which Ms. Haruda already touched on. And the first point really is that, you know, unfortunately, because of the school closure, there were a number of data points that we didn't have available to really help us analyze student performance issues this particular year. And certainly the SOL results were one of those missing data points. But nevertheless, there was a lot of data that we did have, and there was a lot of positive outcomes that we saw even during a school year that was disrupted due to school closure. For example, you know, when we look at reading performance, while we didn't have the SOL test, we did have an internal measure that looks at student reading performance, where we get the information and the data directly from our teachers in our classrooms. And we saw significant gains in reduction in the reading achievement gap between Black and white students at grade 3, and that achievement gap decreased by 3%. Similarly, we saw really significant increases in high school language arts in our writing courses. And interestingly enough, we did actually complete the grade 11 SOLs before school closure, so we do have our data there from the state, and the data looks really, really good. We saw significant increases in the pass rates in writing, really for all of our subgroups, a 9% increase for our Black students, 12% for Hispanics, 11% for free and reduced meal students, and 12% for students with disabilities. So those are huge gains and can really be attributed to the laser-like focus that we had on writing in our secondary language arts program this year. We were able to put, during school year 1920, we were able to put in place a lot of additional resources with new curriculum materials to support student writing and to support teacher instruction, as well as a lot of professional development and coaching and how to teach and how to assess writing and give feedback to students. So the secondary language arts team did a great job working with our students, with our schools, and we see that in our students' results. Additionally, really impressive gains when we look at on-time graduation in our schools. Overall, of course, we had graduation rate increases for the division. But again, when we start to look at, you know, some of our disaggregated on-time graduation rates, really significant increases for students, 2.5% increase for our Black students, 4.6% increase for our Hispanic students, almost a 5% increase for English language learners, and almost a 3% increase for students with disabilities. And again, this is really attributable to the work that our central office team members did across departments to really come together and provide as much collaboration and wraparound support services for our schools as possible with respect to on-time graduation. We did invest some additional staff resource at the school level to give some of our schools that needed some additional support some staffing to support those on-time graduation efforts, tracking and monitoring student progress, providing family supports as well as student supports. And we see that, of course, it paid off with significant increases. Additionally, when we think about some of our opportunity and access goals that we have, we made significant gains, expanding the number of schools that have a Young Scholars program, as well as the number of schools who have AAP local level 4 programs, increasing the number of schools with local level 4 by 14 schools in school year 1920. And then similarly, we saw some really good results in our advanced courses, advanced math, honors courses, AP, IB, and dual enrollment courses. So we're really, really happy to have made progress in a number of different areas, even despite the school closure during the pandemic. So just a few more updates as we turn to the next slide and take a look at some of the highlights with respect to early childhood education. As Mr. Ruda mentioned, we did see gains here as well in early childhood. We implemented a new measure for the first time last school year around executive functioning. So really looking at students' ability to be successful in the classroom, to be self-directed, manage their behavior. As early childhood education experts will tell us, that's really, of course, important for students to be able to be focused and achieve academically and successfully. So that new measure gave us a lot of good information. And one of the things that it did show us, of course, is that we see achievement gaps in our school system even as early as preschool. So we know that we have a lot of work to do to close those gaps. And the more we can front load supports for students like preschool education, the more successful we'll be in closing and addressing those longer term gaps that we see. So when we look at some of that work, it just reminds us how important preschool experience is for our students. And programs like the Bridge to K program for students who don't participate in preschool are demonstrating higher levels of kindergarten readiness. So we're excited by that, but we also know that we have a lot more expansion work to do in early childhood education. Only about 80% of the students in Fairfax County come into kindergarten having had a preschool experience. So there are still a lot of gaps there. And of course, for some of our student subgroups, the percentage of those students actually having preschool experience is even significantly lower. So we're excited to have some new assessment measures. We're excited to see the impact of some of our programs like Bridge to K. And we know that we need to do more to expand those programs, as well as do more to connect with our students and our families to make sure that we're culturally responsive to their needs and can meet the unique needs of all of our students across the county. And we'll take one last look at the next slide at the last desired outcome, which is Portrait of a Graduate. And again, due to the school closure, we were not able to collect all of our end of the year data. And the data that we're working towards collecting is called Portrait of a Graduate Presentations of Learning. And the idea is that we want our students at the end of the year to be able to reflect on the growth that they made in the different Portrait of a Graduate attribute areas like being a strong collaborator, being a strong communicator, critical thinker, and creative thinker, for example. So we had a really robust way to collect that information. Unfortunately, we weren't able to do it last year. But from the information that we were able to collect, we still see growth. 88 of our schools last year included very specific goals in their school improvement plans around a focus on Portrait of a Graduate's skills. And that's a significant increase from 50% really over the number of schools submitting those goals in the previous year. So we continue to make growth, really emphasizing the importance of this work. And there's a real demand in our schools to participate in professional development associated with Portrait of a Graduate. We had over 420 school-based staff work in a really extensive way to be part of the Portrait of a Graduate presentation of learning pilot work. And 87.2% of those participants felt that that cohort work really led to significantly meaningful shifts in their classroom practice and instruction. We offered, of course, a lot of varied professional development around Portrait of a Graduate. We had 5 different courses that were available and 29 different sections in those courses for staff members to access. And we're really trying to do professional development in different ways. And the department, and our work around Portrait of a Graduate really exemplified that, where we push our professional development into the classroom using different strategies. One strategy mentioned here is a lab site model, where teachers have an opportunity to receive coaching and feedback directly while they're working with students in the classroom. So it's bringing the professional development experience and support into the classroom, and we're getting really, really good feedback about that work. So thanks for letting me share those additional updates on the Goal 1 report, and I'll turn it back over to Ms. Haruta.
Thank you, Dr. Presidio. So I'm going to ask if we can move on to the next slide. And this slide is included for some school board considerations. The things listed here and on the next slide are those that FCPS leadership wanted to highlight for the school board. First, we're going to start with some strategic concerns. FCPS plans to have the Department of School Improvement and Support expand its supports to all schools, partnering with school administrative teams to identify gaps that exist and provide specific recommendations that can be incorporated into schools' school improvement and innovation plans. This will involve partnering with school administrative teams to identify gaps that exist and also provide specific recommendations that can be incorporated into those plans. Additionally, in terms of early childhood education, FCPS should continue to advocate for additional Fairfax County funding and locations for the FCPS program. It is well established that early education can support closing gaps by providing students with the kinds of skills they need to be successful once they enter school. And ORCE's analysis included in this year's report indicated that this is true for our students as well. So it's important to continue to try to have all of our students participate in early education of some type. As Dr. Presidio mentioned, we only have about 80% of our students participating, and trying to get that number up to 100% is important. Lastly, given FCPS's commitment to equity, FCPS should establish structures and expectations to ensure that all students receive equitable learning opportunities to develop Portrait of a Graduate skills, including the opportunity to participate in presentations of learning. Dr. Presidio stressed the importance of those in terms of developing the skills, and that's part of the advocacy here as well. On the next slide, as we turn to that one, are some additional considerations focused on budget and then policy. Here we have 4 specific things that leadership would like to recommend the school board strongly consider in improving the next budget. First, staffing for English learners at the elementary school level should be increased. Increased ESOL staff at the elementary level was a recommendation in ORCE's English learner study a few years back and is endorsed by ISD as an important action to take to support improved English learner performance. Second, FCPS should fund additional advanced academic resource teachers as a resource to schools to provide more students with advanced curriculum, especially at the elementary level. Third, expanding Bridge to Kindergarten to reach all students without pre-kindergarten experience should also be a budget consideration. This is our program that takes students who are coming into kindergarten over the summer and helps them do some preschool-like activities so that they get used to being part of a school and going through the activities that are typical of a school day. And fourth, FCPS should provide additional FCPS slots so more students, especially FCPS's most challenged students, can have a preschool experience. Finally, in terms of policy considerations, FCPS may want to review and reconsider its policies on open enrollment and student participation in advanced courses to ensure that they are written to compel equitable opportunities for all students across FCPS. So that concludes the student success portion of the presentation, and I'll now ask to move to the next slide to begin the Goal 2 Caring Culture presentation. The Caring Culture Goal has 2 desired outcomes shown here. The first one, which we refer to as our welcoming environment outcome, calls for all FCPS employees to demonstrate cultural responsiveness when supporting families, students, and other staff. And our second outcome focuses on healthy life choices by both our students and our staff. On the next slide, As we did with the prior goal, here are the linkages to some of the school board decisions over the last several years that have supported this goal area. These actions show the school board's commitment to establishing a caring culture throughout FCPS, as well as supporting healthy life choices by our students. And now moving to the next slide. Looking at the highlights slide, we first have FCPS's aspirations. What will we see if we achieve our caring culture goal is listed with these bullet points. For example, under the welcoming environment outcome, students, families, and staff feeling respected and included, and all staff reviewing student behavior through a culturally responsive lens are important aspirations for the school division. In terms of healthy life choices captured in the next 4 bullets, FCPS's aspirations address healthy social and emotional skills and behaviors, attendance, student behavior, and staff wellness. Summary results for the 11 metrics used by FCPS to measure its caring culture aspirations are shown in this table. The metric that met or exceeded its target during school year 1920 was staff use of employee assistance program resources or wellness resources. Specifics on these metrics and how FCPS performed during school year 2019-20 on each one are available in the Caring Culture Report posted in Board Docs for today's meeting. Next slide, please. Now we go a little more in depth on a few of the caring culture metrics. You can see that FCPS made progress on 2 available metrics for the welcoming environment outcomes, student respect and staff respect. While metric data indicated that staff referrals for disruptive behaviors improved last year, further analysis conducted to compare the prior year and the COVID closure year indicated that after accounting for the COVID closure in March, no progress was made. FCPS also met the target for staff use of wellness resources, something that had been true over all of the other reporting years for the strategic plan focus. And FCPS further made progress in reducing the percentage of students with disruptive behavior referrals, but did not make any progress related to healthy social and emotional skills or lifestyle behaviors. The third bullet captures what I mentioned on the prior slide, that we met the target for staff use of wellness resources. The fourth bullet indicates that FCPS also made progress in reducing the percentages of students with disruptive behavior referrals. And then finally, as in prior years, FCPS did not show progress in metric data that reflected students' healthy social emotional skills and lifestyle behaviors. Next slide. This slide shows some of the actions that FCPS undertook as part of its strategic work during school year 1920 and the associated fiscal year 20 expenditures. Again, the actions were provided to ORC by departments and regions responsible for the work. And the first set of actions supported FCPS's welcoming environment outcome, while the second set supported its healthy life choices outcome. Descriptions of these actions, as well as others with cost details, are included in the Caring Culture Report. Next slide. In terms of conclusions that can be drawn about caring culture based on this year's reporting, the report drew the following conclusions. First, actions FCPS took to reduce disproportionality in discipline referrals appear to have had some positive impact and contributed to lower referral rates in Black and economically disadvantaged student groups. However, FCPS will need to continue to focus on targeted efforts around equity and discipline to allow the division to eliminate the disproportionality that still exists in discipline referrals. Actions taken by FCPS around improving feelings of respect were targeted towards parents and families more so than students. Analyses indicated that to increase students' perceptions of respect will require improvements in teacher-student relationships, especially in students feeling that teachers and other adults at school listen to them. Lastly, departments did not report any actions associated with improving staff perceptions of respect in the workplace. So if improvements are to be made in this area, departments will need to identify and implement actions to address this. Next slide. In terms of the healthy life choices outcome, our second outcome for caring culture, I'll highlight two conclusions here that stood out. First, actions taken in support of students' healthy social emotional skills and lifestyle behaviors, particularly those related to drugs, alcohol, and especially vaping, were insufficient to make progress. This means FCPS will need to engage in additional actions to support improved social emotional skills and lifestyle behaviors by students. And then secondly, actions taken during school year 2019-20, things such as implementation of trauma-informed instruction in our Title I schools, school MTSS self-assessments, which is our multi-tiered system of support, and coaching to impact student behavior, as well as Project Momentum attendance efforts, will likely take more time to observe impacts than just the 1 year examined here. More specifics on all of these actions and conclusions are available in the Caring Culture report. I will now turn this over to Kathleen Waltz and Michelle Boyd, who will provide the goal champion responses to these two desired outcomes.
Thank you, Ms. Haruta, and good evening, everybody. So as far as the welcoming environment goal within Caring Culture, as a division, we recognize that we must continue to honor the narratives of our families, our students and staff, and affirm the identities that they bring with them in order to create a welcoming environment for FCPS students and staff. Especially in times such as now, it is even more important to lean into these conversations. A lot of work around cultivating a caring culture is about conversations and providing spaces to listen and learn. During the 1920 school year, there were many opportunities that may not be reflected on a goal report that were needed to initiate healing in our community around the pandemic, as well as the social injustices that needed to be addressed. There were staff sessions, student group meetings, PTA meetings, town halls, and more that may not have been in the original plan, but were necessary responses to the needs of our community. And I'd like to recognize our equity team, and they have done a heroic job of listening, healing, and lifting up our FCPS school community during these troubling times. This aligns with our overall goal and best practice of the desire to engage in two-way communication. So we do want to continue to engage in two-way communication with stakeholder groups to determine the actions and or behaviors that constitute respect and would lead to improvement under the leadership of our new CEO, Dr. Williams. We want to hear from our staff, families, students, and community and use their voices in our action steps. When two-way communication is effective, positive relationships develop, problems are more easily solved, and students make greater progress. Bullet 3, FCPS is doing the work to increase cultural responsiveness. This work is cognitive as well as behavioral. We need to recognize that it is an ongoing process that takes time. Our professional development modules, which are facilitated for every staff member across FCPS, are a great start. Our professional development modules this year have pushed these messages further, and we have learned that staff need more time than a module allows to reflect and connect with the impact of our biases and assumptions on our actions and the impact on our students and families. Plans are already in the works this year to increase the time for professional development and coaching, and to find additional ways to facilitate this learning through our equity teams at our schools. Professional development and the coaching I mentioned are the key levers in shifting mindsets. We are considering how to leverage equity leads and build their capacity to ensure that the professional development on cultural competence is implemented with fidelity and integrity. In the 1920 school year, we were in year 2 of equity lead implementation. The program continues to evolve, resulting in school-wide impact through professional development, modeling, and facilitating reflective dialogue that leads to equitable and culturally responsive mindsets and practices. Key actions have recently been implemented and will likely have a positive impact on long-range disruptive referral outcomes. The Coordinator for Equity and Student Conduct has begun to calculate risk ratios by school to identify overrepresented subgroups in discipline data. Cultural Proficiency Professional Development Module 5 includes responsive decision-making focused on discipline data and practices. During Module 5 PD, which was held just before the pandemic, staff dug into division-wide data, connected bias with responsive decision-making, supporting our staff in moving towards culturally responsive and proficient, and away from cultural destructiveness as we make day-to-day decisions. And finally, piloting an online referral system that allows school to disaggregate discipline data is one of the key actions that we have taken during this year. And now I'd like to hand things over to Dr. Boyd. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Waltz. As we go on to look at additional outcomes or actions within our Caring Culture Report, we want to open up by saying that we do concur with ORCE's assessment of our progress. And one of the overarching concepts that Ms. Waltz shared as she spoke about the first set of actions and the welcoming environment that we'll now look at with the healthy lifestyle choices, is many of these actions regard and require a shift in mindset first, then required by a shift in action. So as we look at some of our outcomes that may not have yielded the results immediately that we wish to see, perhaps we may need to look at incorporating benchmarks as we go along the way. For example, as we dig a little deeper and we look at our substance abuse, we added some substance abuse specialists, but those persons typically work with students who have been identified in already having challenges with substance abuse. So as we look at our outcome in students who are substance abuse free, our efforts placed with our substance abuse specialists may not be manifested in our outcome. So we may want to add additional benchmarks to assess the usage of substance abuse for students that are working with our substance abuse prevention specialists so that we can see the return on investment there. As we continue to look at our second bullet under our healthy metrics, healthy lifestyles and behaviors, we might be better able to determine our actions as we look at our implementation in future years. Again, many of our things are multi-year projects as we look at shifting behaviors with substance abuse, as we look at increasing our healthy choices with attendance, and as we look at shifting those things and those supports that our multi-tiered systems of support have been implementing. But as Dr. Presidio shared in the academic realm, many of our initiatives were implemented on last year, and those initiatives were curtailed as a result of our truncated year as a result of COVID. Providing additional feedback and getting more two-way communication with students to understand what are the things that are stressing our students. As you look in our report, we'll notice that stress is increased as students increase in grade level. And so one of our questions we may pose is that as a result of increased workload for students as they matriculate from one grade to another? Are there more resources available to assist students with stress at the elementary levels? The actions that we would take for both of those questions will be very different. And so it's critically important that we understand the root cause and the why to ensure that we are providing resources and supports to address the true need. As we noted on our last bullet, progress regarding the reduction of our discipline referrals was evident for Black students and students with economic disadvantage, but we have to continue to work to close the gap between and the disproportionality between our groups. That was some of the work that was referenced as we look at our achievement gaps in the section that Dr. Presidio shared, and we continue to look at that as we look at our healthy lifestyle choices within this realm, and also within our welcoming environment as we look at staff referrals for discipline. So at this time, I'll turn it back over to Ms. Ruda for the next section.
Dr. Boyd, I think you have one more slide.
Thank you, Ms. Ruda. As we continue, and I think we have stepped up, and I talked a little bit in advance about our attendance system and our attendance outcomes. But we will continue to ensure that we have implementation fidelity with our supports around attendance and reducing chronic absenteeism. And again, this is another section where we will have to have progress and have short-term benchmarks as we're looking towards our long-term goal and really unraveling what are the supports needed to ensure that our students are attending school regularly. We also talk about our trauma-informed, supports that we've implemented in some of our Title I schools. But again, as we have our indicators at the division level, we will likely need to be able to track progress as we are implementing supports with a subset of our schools, and then being able to benchmark and scaffold that out so that we can see if those supports and those resources are being effective and being able to scale up division-wide. Lastly, our access to wellness resources. This was an outcome that we did achieve, and we would expect that this year, particularly during COVID, that we would continue to have a number of staff accessing EAP services, and we believe that that is going to continue to be a great resource for our staff. Ms. Aruda?
Thank you very much, Dr. Boyd. So I'm going to have us turn to the next slide and wrap up the conversation about caring culture. This final slide highlights some more school board considerations that leadership wanted to stress. First, under strategic concerns, FCPS is implementing the Chief Equity Officer's Action Plan, requiring schools to complete an equity audit and address issues of students and staff respect in their school improvement and innovation plans. Again, schools should keep in mind here the importance of improving students' feelings that they are listened to by adults in schools when addressing these issues. Secondly, implementation of high-quality multi-tier systems of support, or MTSS as we refer to it, need to be used to identify and address the social and emotional needs of FCPS students. This may be key to improving performance on some of the metrics where FCPS's performance has stagnated. Third, FCPS should also monitor the level of implementation and impact of attendance, behavior, and disproportionality in discipline to ensure that FCPS continues to be aware of where and how it is making progress in these important healthy life choices. And then finally, with respect to policy, FCPS requests support for improvement in the SR&R, especially changes that target increase in the equity of discipline and reduction in consequences that remove students from instruction. And with that, this concludes the Goal 1 and 2 highlights presentation.
And in closing, I just want to again thank Ms. Aruda and her team, and to also place in context that this was a look back at our work last year. We realized that because of the pandemic, there were things that we wanted to do that we couldn't do. There were data points that were not available for us. We saw success in many areas. We saw that there is room for us to grow. And I think that as we look forward and thinking about the world post-COVID, that will be in a very different environment than we were when we developed this plan. We'll be in a very different place than we were when we started to think about changes to the plan. And we will be very happy to bring back some of those enhancements and work with the board to create a plan that's focused on the needs of our students, the needs of our staff, and the needs of our community.
Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. And thank you for this presentation. Just a reminder to our board, I know we have a lot of questions, and so we're looking forward to digging into this. Okay, I wasn't sure what that feedback was. So we're really looking forward to digging into this and having a robust conversation. School board members, as a reminder, during our retreat back in November, we decided to handle these goals a little bit differently as per the discussions regarding how much of the data would be available at that point. And so we do expect to spend some time this evening into this discussion. So please be sure to bring all of your concerns and questions forward. We are going to start with Ms. Denrak Koufax.
Yes, and Dr. Anderson, I guess I do have a question because I was not seeing that we have a work session on this.
That's correct, and that's why I wanted to remind the board, when we took a look at our workload during the retreat and then the subsequent retreat follow-up, we made a list of a number of items that we would either try to eliminate, do differently, or provide some other opportunity for presentation given the tight schedule that we had. This is one of those items that the board voted to handle differently. If you remember, we had an extensive discussion with Mr. Smith, who was at that retreat, to discuss that we would be able to combine them and handle them in this manner in lieu of scheduling a work session that we frankly didn't have room on our schedule to do.
Okay, thank you for that reminder. Was that in the January retreat? Or, I mean, not the January, was that in the late fall retreat?
That was the late fall. It was the second one, the one that was done virtually, because we began on that Saturday, and I think we completed the following Tuesday.
Right, right. Well, thank you. I was unable to attend that retreat virtually, and so maybe that's where I had missed that, because I am concerned that we don't have a work session on this. And, you know, this is the essence of who we are and what we do, student success and caring culture. I won't belabor that now. I will make a plug to reconsider having this as a work session. I would ask my colleagues to consider that, and maybe we can take a poll on that. So I will be quick on some of my questions. I'm going for the student success school board considerations. When we talk about the Bridge to K, can you tell me, I was involved with a Child Care Advisory Council when the Bridge to K was first, it was a handful, maybe 5 to 7 schools. Where are we right now? How many schools have the Bridge to K programming?
So Ms. Derenak-Koufax, I think we'll have to kind of figure out the protocol of answering these questions between Ms. Aruda and myself. We'll figure it out. I can get you the exact number. I don't know off the top of my head right now, but we've expanded it immensely. And we're actually planning for this coming summer to offer it in all of our schools. So that's really the goal looking forward to this summer.
Well, that's good news, Dr. Presidio. Could you please tell me, and I know you have enhanced the programming somewhat. Can you please, just for the public, just talk about what that is and the length and duration of it?
Well, you know, we're trying to get as much time in school for those students who didn't have preschool as possible. So we're looking at like a 3-week program, 5 days a week for all of our students who would participate in that program. Again, you know, it's not a substitute for a preschool experience, but it does give students a good jump start on kindergarten. They get an opportunity to, you know, obviously learn the routines in school, practice some of those executive functioning skills, as well as, you know, get exposure to literacy and math activities as well. So, you know, again, not a substitute. I always want to make sure that people understand that, but a great jumpstart program for what we can do with it.
Yeah, and that is more than it used to be. So thank you for that. Also, I have, talking about the FCPS slots. I know we have worked hard to enhance them, and that is one of the considerations. Can you talk to us a little bit about budget considerations and how that might work and what we need to do on that?
Well, that's always been a challenge for us during my tenure here. And the challenge with expanding the preschool slots is really kind of twofold. One is the facility space, frankly, in some of the schools where we need the programs the most. And we've provided in the past, we didn't do it in this report, but a very comprehensive heat map of where students have access to preschool in our county and where they don't, and where those numbers are large. And oftentimes where the numbers of student need are in schools that are overcrowded. So that's one of the barriers. And then the other barrier, of course, is just every program that you open, we're looking at about a 18-to-1 student to teacher ratio. So, thinking about large numbers of students, it does add up pretty quickly, those additional costs of adding classrooms. So, in previous years, we've been able to add a few classrooms here and there. But when we look at, approximately 20% of our incoming kindergarten students not having preschool experience, we have a long way to go.
Yeah, and I think that number is growing. I do not believe that we were at 20% a few years ago. I think that, am I correct on that, Dr. Presidio? That is that level, that percentage is growing?
It's growing. Again, I could get you the historical data. I don't know exactly, the trend data off the top of my head, but, we do see it growing. And this year, I would point out that, we actually have some that are empty. And obviously, we're doing, at this point in time, virtual preschool. We're not in person yet. But we do have some empty slots, and that's concerning because we know that we're going to have kids that have, even larger gaps as they come into the system. So we've got to figure out a way moving forward how to, make sure that not only are we expanding slots once we can return in person, but that we're supporting some of those students that, didn't have the opportunity to participate during the pandemic.
All right, thank you. I'm going to yield my time at this point, but again, putting in a big plug for a work session where we can really look at the data. While I appreciate the presentation, the data that was embedded into, I believe, a 91-page and 78-page report really it's a disservice to all of you if we as a board don't take the time to do that and really look at it, particularly when the mention is of the gaps that we have seen as a result of COVID and the gaps that we've had prior to. So I am putting in a strong plug for that, and I thank you for your time. And I will follow up if we can't immediately have a work session. I will follow up with some written questions. So thank you, Dr. Presidio, and your team for this.
Thank you,
Ms. Fairfax. May I jump in just for a moment because I think the information I want to add to what Dr. Presidio has already shared is important for the board to know. We use our Title I dollars very strategically, and one of the ways in which we do this is by supplementing with Title I funds for 12 additional FCPS classes every year. So I just wanted the board to be aware of that.
Thank you, Ms. Waltz. I think that's important to know. I thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Waltz. And just to quickly to go back to your request, Ms. Kofax, I appreciate it, and certainly I think as a board, we need to re-engage in that discussion. But the decision to employ this method was a full board decision, and I do believe you were present for that follow-up retreat because that was a virtual conversation. It wasn't the in-person part one of the retreat. And so I just want to be clear that this was a full board decision to help with our workload. Our next speaker.
Thank you for the reminder.
Of course. Our next speaker is Ms. Sizemore-Heiser.
Thank you. I appreciate the time to talk. And while I do understand Mr. Kofax's point, I think we have to do work this year to decrease workload on staff and on the school board. I hope these first questions, I really appreciate this information, the level of detail and data, and the work we've done. So I hope these two questions don't come as any surprise, but could somebody tell me when you talk about the on-time graduation rate for students with disabilities, could you break it down by diploma type, please?
So I have that information actually, and I could provide that in writing, which is probably the best way to do it. Because it's pretty comprehensive. We have it by diploma type and by student disability category. So it might be best to respond to that one in writing.
That would be great. I would just appreciate, and I mentioned this in the fall, in last spring, I mentioned it really even after I was elected. It would be really helpful to have that information in the 91 pages of data. If it's not, and if it's there and I missed it, I apologize, and especially have it broken down in the slides because there is a huge difference between graduating with a standard diploma and an applied studies diploma. And I think it's for our public out there, I think it's important when we talk about the on-time graduation rate at 95% to be clear just what our students with disabilities are graduating with. It is a big difference. So I would really ask if we could consider breaking that out and describing on-time graduation with a standard or advanced diploma, on-time graduation with an applied studies diploma. Those are very different creatures. So thank you. I appreciate that. And I say not surprised because I've asked about that 4 times. And I appreciate you taking that into consideration so we can really compare apples to apples here. One other question I had, and I really appreciate the presentations of learning and portrait of a graduate, and I completely understand due to the pandemic it's been difficult to follow up on that. But when you're looking at school improvement plan goals and presentations of learning, in which classes at the high school and secondary level are you looking to sort of incorporate those presentations of learning? And are you looking at measuring portrait of a graduate skills, especially things like teamwork, leadership, project-based learning, putting on a play or a show in electives and arts programs as well as academics? Because it seems like to me some of those programs might be better suited for measuring those portrait of a graduate skills. So can someone talk to me a little bit about where those skills are being measured right now or where we're looking at to gather data around those skills?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, because really when we look at the development of Portrait of a Graduate skills, we're integrating Portrait of a Graduate learning experiences and curriculum across the content areas. And we know that for students to actually really develop these attributes at a high and meaningful level, that it does have to be something that's cross-curricular. So the presentations of learning, again, are really meant to be a reflective activity at the end of the year for students to reflect on their growth, where we really encourage them to look and think across the different subject areas and the different content areas that they're studying. We'll have a lot of flexibility about how to work with students to do that work. I will say we're still really in the infancy stages of this work, though. So I don't want to give you the impression that this is deeply embedded. It's still under development, but it's definitely a cross-curricular approach, and it has to be for it to have meaning for our students.
I would just encourage, I appreciate that, Dr. Presidio, very much, and I would just encourage, especially as there's still a lot of restrictions on our academic classes around SOL preparedness and AP preparedness, to really look creatively at our electives and arts programs as real robust places, and maybe even the primary places to develop and give students real opportunities to work on these portrait of a graduate skills. I really would encourage our leadership team to consider that option.
I just wanted to make one comment, Ms. Heiser. You're absolutely right. We can look at extending it beyond just thinking that traditional 4-core, 5-core. It's also important what Dr. Presidio said. The curriculum, if our metric was just, are kids exposed to it? Yes, all the curriculum. We could say 100%. But when we built the strategic plan, we wanted something more. We wanted a culminating activity, a presentations of learning, something that takes all that you've learned and a performance assessment. One thing that's happening in this pandemic down in the General Assembly right now is a real reevaluation of the SOLs that we've been dominated by for 25 years. Is it time to really reflect on whether the standardized test at one point in time is capturing one, student growth, and looking at performance assessments, portrait of a graduate skills in a standardized test? And there's bills down in the General Assembly right now that look at reducing the number of Virginia SOL tests, and for the ones that SOL tests that remain, to look at a growth approach, are kids gaining from the beginning of the year to the end? So some of this work that Dr. Presidio said is beginning, I expect to see and be sharing with the board the acceleration of this movement. And I think it's not going to be just in Fairfax County, but across Virginia and really across the country, that this pandemic has really had us pause to say how we are really going to get kids out of the hole that they're going to be in. And is it more and more tests? We're not going to test them out of the academic challenges that they face from pandemic. We're going to have some new approaches, and we're going to be proposing some of those, but Portrait of a Graduate and the presentations of learning is one way, and it will be expanded.
I appreciate that. I'm very excited about that because I do think those soft skills, companies have talked about for years the need for those soft skills that we talk about. Oh, I was just getting started. May I have a go back? Thank you.
Absolutely, you'll be placed on a go back. Ms. Omesh.
Thank you, and thank you to staff for all your hard work and diligence in putting this together. In trying to always, keep it real and look at what we have for what it is, I do have some questions about the data that we're relying on, particularly for the student success metrics. I know there was mention of gaps being eliminated or, mitigating gaps. Can you please outline specifically what has changed from the way we've done this before and now and what we're looking at, what we are specifically missing, and in fact, what we've relied on, given that we don't have, the same SOL data, et cetera, to determine that we've eliminated these gaps?
So the information is actually available at the beginning of the student success report or at the beginning of the caring culture report. There's an executive summary that highlights which specific ones we're missing. So for student success, we were missing the pass rates on the reading SOLs as well as on the mathematics SOLs. We were missing the percent of classrooms where students receive instructional experiences using AAP curriculum, which is one of our opportunity metrics. And that just had to do with where we were at the end of the year in terms of trying to get that kind of information back from teachers. We also were missing the percent of AAP students demonstrating the advanced performance in reading or math on SOL tests. So again, that was an SOL measure. Another one that was impacted by SOLs was around the percent of students who demonstrated proficiency in passing the course and also passing the Algebra 1 SOL in Algebra 1 by 8th grade. So again, that one relied on the SOLs as well. And then lastly, we were missing, just talking about the POG metric or the portrait of the graduate metric, because we did not have the opportunity for most of our students to engage in those presentations of learning at the end of last school year. And then in terms of caring culture, the ones that we were missing were the percent of families who report feeling respected on the family engagement survey. That was actually a survey that was not administered last year, so that's why we were missing that one. And then the second one we were missing for caring culture was the number of schools with low rates of students with frequent absences. That information typically comes from the state, and last year they did not do the same kind of assessment and information that would allow us to provide that information in the same format, so that was not included. We do have some other information about attendance in the report itself.
So, Ms. Omesh, if I might, for the full 90-page report, what she referenced are those very first pages that just summarize, here's all the data metrics. And I will say, this is a debate we ought to have, right? This was a year unlike any other. The fourth quarter ended, right? The state gave guidance that said there's no grades, but I mean, so we had a unique moment. There were no SOL tests, but we still thought it was better as a leadership team to bring you what we had and give you a snapshot. But I need to be real and transparent what you talk about. This is the most incomplete snapshot we've had of student success in years because we don't have all the data. And we want to give you a thumbnail sketch, and in Fairfax fashion, we, again, try to give you as much as we can, maybe too much. And maybe this year was even less is more, and this was less of an approach. But we do have some data that's worth showing some emerging trends, some positive and some that say the growth still hasn't happened, that we need to at least be keeping our eye on and having a conversation with this board and community so that we really talk about the budget, again, aligning with our strategic plan and where our needs are. You've been a champion about English language learner staffing, as has other members of this board, and you can see that gap is still here. It's still here in the data. So there's things like that. It's one of my investments that I proposed in the budget. So things that you can kind of connect and go, yes, it was still worth putting this forward, even when we had limited data.
No, I appreciate the acknowledgement of that, and I obviously reviewed the reports. I want to make sure we look at this with that understanding that we're missing X, Y, Z, a whole list of things, and therefore relying on what may be inconclusive information, really, right? Even in seeing trends that we've minimized gaps, we don't really know that, right? So I'm curious if we also included in our assessment the quarter academic report that was recently presented, that we released, which obviously showed some troubling trends.
Right, and so that's a great nugget, and Mr. Smith really hit the nail on the head at the beginning. This was the look back, and let's be honest, since this report, this was the year back, our kids have been in the ER, right, through this whole process. The social, emotional trauma, the academic impacts. So we know this is a snapshot in time of last year, and what's really going on this year. We know that some of these gaps that we've already identified are only greater. And we were one of the first districts to report the first quarter data. The second semester ends, as you know, on Friday. So we're going to continue to be aggressive, and you're going to be hearing, as Dr. Presidio already talked about early next week, our conceptual plan. Bridge to kindergarten we've had for years in a few schools. We're going to propose to put them in all this coming summer. You're going to hear about a robust response that we need to do for kids. The fifth quarter, how are we going to do school differently? Because kids have had a radically different experience this year, and we're going to have to redesign our approach if we're going to catch kids up and be successful.
And Dr. Brabrand, I would also add that this board was able to quickly adjust and put some things in place for students, even in the absence of data, with the final reports based on what we learned last year, so that we could mitigate and provide those supports for students this year without the need for that data. So I think that as we progress and move forward, it's really important for us to think about what we'll need to focus on in the future, and what we'll need to adjust and perhaps not have as a metric as part of our regular reporting process.
No, I appreciate that. And with the pool that we're looking at, to clarify, that's the pool that we had participating, right? Can someone just mention again the percent participation at that point in the year?
The percent of student participation?
Yeah.
I don't have those numbers off the top of my head, but we know that we did have a large number of our students who were not participating, but we can get those numbers for you.
Yeah, this is really, this is not meant to be a gotcha. I mean, I think it's important for us to just know what we're looking at and know the limitations of it in planning ahead. I'm really concerned, I appreciate Dr. Brabrand, you mentioned the fifth quarter, being really proactive about what's coming and anticipating broadening gaps, right, over time. Given that that's the case, I appreciated sharing the changes in the gaps. Can someone just delineate for us what those percentages are for each category? So when we look at student success for students with disabilities, for each of the various racial categories, do we have that data available?
So that data is available in the reports. So the reports that were included and posted to board docs includes all of the breakouts for each of the groups on each of the metrics.
Yeah.
So
would you kindly?
Because there's 20, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, I was just going to say if you would kindly share what that is, but go ahead.
So there are 22 metrics in the student success area, and so I don't know if reading through all of them is going to be helpful, but when you look at for example, when you look at the first one that we have in the report, which is on page 7 of the student success report, you can see the percent of grade 3 students who read at or above grade level, and you'll see that in terms of our performance last year, we had moved to 87% of our students doing that in the 1920 school year, and that was up from 85% at baseline. Our Black students had moved to 77%, which was up from 68% at baseline. Our Hispanic students had moved up to 59%, which was up from 55% at baseline. Our white students had actually gone down 1 percentage point to 87%. They had been at 88% at baseline. Our students, our economically disadvantaged students had moved up to 59% from 52%. Our English learner students had moved up to 53% from 47%. And then lastly, our students with disabilities had moved up to 46% from 41%. So for most of these groups, you saw that growth or you saw that improvement for that particular metric. And then the remaining pages go through each of the other metrics where data were available to break it out for the different subgroups.
Yeah, thanks, Ms. Ruda. I know this seems pedantic. Again, and I see exactly what you're talking about. I'm following along the numbers. I've obviously reviewed this. The point really, I'm trying, looking at this, 46% students with disabilities, right? 53% English learners. These are numbers that I understand many people who are now working in our system and our board have inherited, but I'm really trying to push for some urgency in doing something revolutionary, something different. We've got to do something that's different than business as usual to address these gaps. And I'm particularly worried that we're now walking into a year where these gaps are anticipated to be worse for everyone across the board. So I'm not trying to continue looking at less than 50%, God forbid, 40%, right? Numbers. So given that that's the case, I actually wanted to ask, Dr. Brabrand, if in the upcoming return to school sessions, not the next one, perhaps the one after, we could look at a plan that is different, not business as usual, for how we're going to deal with this. It's coming, and it's already bad. And that's, I know my time, so thank you.
We're not taking a business as usual approach. An RTS timeline I'll show later tonight will have intervention start as early as next week across all of our elementary, middle, and high schools. We know we need to get intervention even as we have the groups return over the next several weeks. We're going to bring you a conceptual plan about how to redesign the summer experience and extended learning. So we know that the gaps that are, your nugget is right on board. What is a gap here in a year look back is only, from everything we know right now, going to be worse than it was in this past year. That's what the first quarter said. Second quarter, we may have different data. If we do, we'll show it. Again, the quarter ends on Friday. We'll share it as soon as we have it. We know and we are working to do business differently. And again, we'll be sharing that approach for interventions in the second semester for the summer. And part of it is returning students to in-person learning because we know some of that impact. But I will say this, we need to be honest. We're going to have a bigger hole than what we had here, and it's going to take more time to get out of it than just a quarter or just this next year. So I need the board and the community to truly understand this is not a snap, crackle, pop. This is not a Rice Krispies easy solution that after a couple of scoops, everything's just going to be fine. We're going to have a long road to go to get kids out of the hole. I believe our children can be resilient and maybe more than we think, but we already know from the data that we've looked at that we're going to have significant impacts. And it's not a blame game of our teachers. They've tried the best they can under the circumstances they have, but we're going to have different programs, new programs, different approaches. But I will say this, as we keep looking at things, even things like calendar, we need to, I believe, stop looking at just how we redesign the system, but how does the system individually get tailored to the student? Does every kid need a year-round schooling? I'm not sure. Certain kids need year-round experiences. And how do we more target what we need to give for extended learning to the individual child? And we'll be talking more about that next weekend and the weeks ahead with the board.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Ms. Keys-Gamarra?
Whoops. As soon as I can get my camera on. All right. I appreciate the opportunity and I thank you guys for this report. I am going to weigh in with the concern that Ms. Dearnett-Kofax raised. I think that this is particularly an important topic given that it is a highly unusual year. Even some of the data that we need to be able to make decisions is missing. And as we go into in-person, I think it would be helpful to have greater discussion as to how we're going to tackle some of the issues and concerns that we know our students are addressing just because they have not been in person. And so I would certainly support any adjustment we might make. And I know that under Robert's rules, we do have the right to reconsider some of our decisions. And so I just wanted to start with that. Given that I have this particular concern, because overall, I'm looking at, yes, there are certain recommendations in here, but I'm not seeing as much of the how that we're getting things done. Can I just ask for clarification on what conclusion we're looking for today in looking at today's report?
I would say that in terms of today's report, it's really about providing the board information, and it's another set of data and another data point, another set of data points that the board can use in conjunction with school board updates, department updates around the budget, around our return to school meetings, and a variety of other data to make decisions about next year's budget process and where the board would like to spend its money and spend the taxpayers' dollars that they entrust to us. That's how I think that we look at this report and the data that we have before us, and then also pair that with the data that will be coming with goals 3 and 4 to make the best decisions on how we support our students, staff, and families.
Okay. So I do see recommendations, but I don't necessarily see the how of how we're getting that done. So, for example, I see there was a recommendation regarding Project Momentum having the school improvement new department expanding into all schools. When can we do we have information on how that has been going? That department was established in the beginning of this year, I believe.
And so we'll have an opportunity with Mr. Greenfelder having the opportunity to share that information with the board as he provides his budget update, to talk about the department, to talk about the actions of the department and how that department works to support our schools and our students. And so there will be that update at that time. And then again, at any part of the budget process, questions can be asked around the efficacy of certain programs as to whether or not we should continue, expand, or discontinue those programs.
Okay, so one of the points that was mentioned tonight had to do with this decreased disruptive behavior. That was for 2019-20, correct?
Correct.
And we had a pandemic from March on to the end of that school year. So I guess I'm questioning how we could really know. Are we projecting ahead based on previous reports of disruptive behavior? I'm a little concerned about that because I know that we worked hard to try to make sure we're actually making progress there.
I can let Ms. Haruta talk about that particular data capture.
So we actually have two different ways that the goal report, and it's goal 2, looks at things related to discipline referrals. In the first one, we took a look at staff referrals, and in that one, there was not a difference once we accounted for the COVID-19 closure. So what we did was we looked at the first 3 quarters of 2019-20, and we compared it to prior years' first 3 quarters, since we wanted to make sure there was an apples to apples comparison. So while the data showed a decrease overall in terms of staff referrals, there was not a decrease when you limited it to just 3 months, the first 3 quarters in the prior year as well. So for staff referrals, we did not see a decrease. But the other way that we look at the discipline referrals also has to do with the numbers of students are being referred per 100 students in each subgroup. And there we did see that decrease. And that doesn't, that's not sensitive to time. So whether you're
I'm sorry,
looking at.
could you repeat that? I just missed part of that sentence. I'm really sorry.
Okay, so the second way we look at it is to look at whether students are being disciplined at the same rate within the subgroup. And it's a different way than looking at it because it's looking at students themselves. How many within each subgroup, how many discipline referrals are there within that subgroup? And that we did see decrease. And there was a decrease in particular amongst our Black students and some of our other subgroups for that. So that was a slightly different look at the same kind of information. And that was something that we were able to see was consistent even with the COVID closure. So it depended how we wanted to look at it. We didn't see changes with staff referrals, but we did see changes in the numbers of referrals that were happening in some of our subgroups.
Okay. I also had a question with respect to, I know there was a recommendation with respect to equity leads and their effectiveness. How are we, is there a greater structure of accountability for there? I know we've had great concerns about that that program being implemented with more fidelity. How are we trying to make sure that that's happening?
So the Equity Lead program is fairly young, and we are collecting data at our schools. In terms of the professional development and the coaching support that they provide, it is at this point in time more anecdotal, qualitative data. But we will be partnering with ORSI to look at more specific data points that we can use to measure the impact of the equity leads. In our instructional coaching program, we have a very solid way of measuring impact, and we are considering using that same way of measuring impact with our equity leads.
Kathleen, may I also add in, thank you for sharing that. Additionally, one of the things that happened this school year, which was not necessarily reflected in this report, good evening first, I should say that, is that this year, recognizing that we needed to do a recalibration based off feedback we've gotten from various stakeholders, we started this school year with really tight expectations and re-clarifying roles and responsibilities of equity leads as well as principals. And so for the first time, we brought them all together at the beginning of the school year, thanking the board for those additional weeks of professional development. We were able to bring them together and establish some clearly defined expectations of the role, how to be supportive, as well as clearly defined expectations of equity teams, which included the use of the equity audit. So some of those things are reflected more in this school year than last school year.
Oh, okay, my mic wasn't working, I'm sorry. All right, I would just like to say overall, I would like to hear, while I hear some recommendations of what could be considered, I'm not necessarily hearing the means by which we get there. And so those are some of the things that I'm hoping to be able to discuss as we go forward. Because I really do support, you know, for example, being able to support students getting those executive functioning skills, our EL learners. I'm looking for our strategies as to how we're going to do that, how we're going to monitor that, how we're going to have accountability for that. And I think it's important that the community have an opportunity to hear those discussions. So that will be the end of my plug, and perhaps I'll have to go back. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett. I'm sorry, Ms. Keys-Gamarra. I will put you down for a go back. And just kind of a quick reminder, I did hear your advocacy at the start, and as I shared earlier, this was a board decision. We are certainly free to revisit it and make a different decision in terms of the presentation of this topic. Our next speaker is Ms. McLaughlin.
Thank you. I guess I'll start with Dr. Brabrand. I really do appreciate that in the midst of all the challenges that you and your operational team have before you, this best effort to try and bring data to the board on as my colleagues have said, something we value deeply every year, and we recognize it's really important. There's simply not enough time this evening that I could even possibly, in the 150 pages of actual written report, to talk with you or my colleagues about where my concerns are. I will say something that I know you're familiar with me saying, which is there's data, and then there's data in context, and then there's the data analysis. And I'm a little concerned, just to give you an example, on page 12 and 13 on this section of the report for student success. And it was the section that talked about the strategic action of continued to implement EL innovation cohorts and EL innovation network improvement communities. And as it talks about that in the description and the costs associated, and then the final section is return on investment. As I read it, the statement says, therefore, at the very end of the return on investment, therefore the investment of $36,102 for a school to participate in the EL professional development shows no return in student outcomes. And that's where the report leaves us. And so I would just ask for you and your team to maybe take that as an example to look at, and how does the board then make a deliberative decision with you, which I think we both would agree that's actually, first of all, an operational decision that you and your team would make. So then the question is, what's the report telling the board? We're not going to do this, or we've got concerns, and so we're going to study why we didn't have a return on investment in this. So I do, again, as you and I enjoyed our time getting to, really partner together and continuously improve in that, I would say I do like the layout of this report, and it is a vast improvement from what I've had in my time under 3 different superintendents. So kudos for you for that. But I do think we need to still grow as a system. We are not just trying to inform this board to oversee the 10th largest school system, but so many school systems around the country look to Fairfax as a leader. And we want to make sure that when we produce these kinds of reports, that people can understand how we're actually arriving at decisions. So, boy, 3 minutes goes awfully fast. So I guess I just want my colleagues to know, I hope you'll think at a macro level to the things I cited.
No, thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. If I could say, one of the things we did on the summary, slide 11, we said to address the performance of English learners, because you're right, we didn't get the return on investment. And that ROI is something we really added new board members who may be new to the strategic plan process. What is the return? We're spending this money. What are we seeing? And it says we've got to go beyond the network innovation cohort and the network improvement communities model. Right? That model, and again, it was only in a few schools, didn't drive systematic change for EL, and we know those kids are actually suffering now, at least from first quarter data, even more this year. So one answer, and I'm just being, again, this General Assembly believes it, the Board of Education in Virginia believes it, is better staffing at elementary school by proficiency level for English language learners. That's where that reading skill happens, and if they're not getting the English language support, then they fall farther and farther behind. But I certainly agree that we can get to more specifics. What might the proposed model be? To be honest, in the middle of this, we're gathering the data. We know what we've done isn't working. We've got to bring you, and that's the follow-up. The next thing that I guess you're really saying is, what is the beyond look like? And I don't have that for you today, but I promise I will. And one of the things I do know is, just like the state, we've got to get English language learner staffing by proficiency level at the elementary level. It's been one of the things our principals have told us. They don't have that extra support for teachers to really help them with reading proficiency. And if you can't read by an early grade, it really is a struggle to catch up all the way through. So that's one area. I know you need more detail, and we'll work to provide it in the weeks ahead.
Well, Madam Chair, I just want to say to that point, that sentence, Dr. Braybrand, in all fairness, it doesn't tell us what you plan to do. It just says that you didn't see the return. So if it said, so we're going to discontinue the program, so we're going to evaluate the program, I would just say to your team, that is such a crucial part of the report, your return on investment analysis, for the board to then work with you to say what we should do next.
No, thanks. I hear you. That's fair.
Yeah.
And Ms. McLaughlin, I can add you for a go back.
If I could, Dr. Anderson, could I also maybe briefly respond?
Yes, Dr. Presidio, go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate it because I think, for members of the public, it's really important to have a little bit more context and nuance about how things are represented in the report. And Ms. McLaughlin asked a really good question. So when we look at some of the programs that are highlighted in the report, we're providing information on the costs of those programs. And this particular program, like most of the programs that we mentioned in this report, are largely, the costs are largely associated with existing salary of existing staff. So this particular program that we're talking about here, when we attribute that $319,000 to the cost of L Innovation, that's not really accurate because that $300,000 is paying for those 4 ESOL specialists that we talked about earlier this week when I did the program budget review. And supporting L Innovation is one small thing that they do out of many of their job responsibilities. So it's one of the improvement initiatives that we implemented to try to have more impactful professional development and more in-depth professional development, operating under the theory if we could partner with schools more closely in central office, that we could drive student achievement outcomes better than just doing the one-size-fits-all kind of sit and get type of professional development that's more division-wide. We continue to offer lots of different professional development activities, but this was one unique activity that we've been implementing and testing. And we do have data for a number of years. And some years, because we've done this for 3 years now, some years we've seen better results than others. This year we didn't see very good results. One hypothesis I have about that, again, is that we didn't complete the school year. We only had 3/4 of the school year instead of, an entire school year. So that type of analysis about what do program staff do with this information, we use this information to plan and modify how we provide our programs, our supports for schools and students in the future. And we are, as a result, looking at how we can modify this program to be more supportive and more impactful. And as Dr. Brabrand pointed out, though, we don't think that 4 staff members in central office providing professional development is ever going to entirely move the needle for where we want to be to close gaps for English language learners. We need bolder actions, as Ms. Omesh was talking about, and one of those is providing the additional staff members at schools to be able to work with smaller caseloads of students to provide them more one-on-one support to increase and accelerate their English proficiency. So there's a lot behind what you see in the report, as Ms. McLaughlin's pointing out, that's not evident here. And I certainly can appreciate, the frustration with not being able to unpack, all of these items at the depth and level of detail that we'd really like to. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Presidio. Mrs. Smith?
Yes, I would just like to add that, again, we talk about workload of staff, and when we talk about workload for our research and strategic improvement staff along with our department staff, there will be opportunities for us going forward as we think about working on staff response, on highlighting particular areas where we might want to go a little more in depth with staff response. And again, it's we're doing these reports at the same time that we're focused on distance learning and return to school. And this was one of those years when everything just came together. And it was yeoman's work all around to get the reports to where they are. And of course, looking at opportunities for improvement is always something that we do.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. And now we'll have Ms. Corbett Sanders, followed by Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. And I too will echo my colleague's suggestion that we need to do a deeper dive on this. And my reasoning is that past is prologue. And when we look at this report, there's some emerging trends that predate COVID-19, but have the potential of being a real impact, a significant impact on gaps, opportunity gaps, and achievement gaps in the post-COVID-19 world. And so we really do, as a board, need to unpack this data with more determination and dedication, because this data really does show us where we should be looking at our budget going forward. For example, when I go through and I read this section of the report, and the report is very well written, and I do appreciate the acknowledgement in many places that there was insufficient data to make an informed decision or an informed assessment. But when we look at access to advanced academics, access to honors courses, and that coupled where we actually see a lower representation or slower or non-growth for our underrepresented students, that's problematic. Then you couple that with the discussion we had just a few moments ago, led by my colleague, Ms. Omesh, about the data that's not here and being able to understand the impact of these gaps. And then we look at the data associated with the, and I thank my colleague, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, because I was going to raise the data regarding the disruptive behavior, which is something that for those may want to remember, that we got rid of the language disorderly conduct, which mirrored the criminal code, and replaced it with disruptive behavior a couple years ago. And so we do want to understand what the impact of that was. But going back to the gaps in the achievement and access, you know, I look at it's basically flat or declining when we look at the number of our students participating in Algebra 1 by the 8th grade, when we look at access to honors courses, and minimal growth in access to those honors courses for our Black and Hispanic students, no growth for our Ls, and a little bit of growth for students with disabilities. And so I look at this, and there's so much data here, and it's so important for us to be able to understand the impact of this data as we look towards how we are going to mitigate the impact of COVID-19. And so I do recommend that we have a more in-depth discussion of this.
And Ms. Corbett-Sanders, your time is up. I'm happy to add you for a go back.
Thank you.
Did staff want to respond to any of the comments that Ms. Corbett-Sanders has made? Okay. Mr. Frisch, followed by Ms. Marion.
Thank you. I want to dig in a little bit on the caring culture portion of the presentation. The actual report, as opposed to the slides, indicates that we have astronomical, like Putin election result numbers for students feeling respected in our schools, and I think that's good. They're pegged at 85% care about students. These are students saying this. 89% think that teachers in the schools want them to do well. And then the numbers drop when you get specific. Listen to what students want to say, 64%. So my question is, what are we doing to measure the concerns of marginalized communities? I was reviewing the youth survey, and actually in this report, the numbers are noticeably lower for Black students when the issue of feeling respect in school and all of the other indicators are brought up. So I was looking at the youth survey, and it appears we're only asking about race or culture. Can someone answer if we're asking trans or gender expansive students about their experiences with marginalization?
Mr. Smith or Dr. Presidio, I'm not sure who will want to respond to this question. Dr. Brabrand?
Or even more broadly, if students are experiencing stigmatization based on their gender or gender identity or sexual orientation.
So, Mr. Frisch, I can ask Dr. Boyd. I know she's new to the team. I don't know whether the Fairfax County Youth Survey has gone to that level. And I think one of the things that has been discussed in the last several months is starting to look at our data from an equity lens more. We've had a youth survey for many years. It's asked many of the same standard questions for many years. And do we need to take an equity lens on that?
Which can be helpful, right? I mean, like seeing data over years can be helpful. But I would say in my review of it, we ask only about race or culture in one question. We don't ask any questions that probe about any other things that might be othering students and leading to these numbers about respect. And I ask that because if you look at Pew, Pew has studies about the experience of Black high school students where significant majorities of them experience discrimination at some point. Asking a student if they feel respected is just such an open-ended question, and when we get specific, the numbers change. Example, GLSEN found last year that 87% of LGBTQ middle and high school students had heard negative remarks about their status in their schools. I'm not saying that is necessarily happening to the same degree in Fairfax County, but if we're not asking about it, we're not driving towards the goals. You know, the stated goal is to get 100% of students to say that they feel respected. I think that's a bit backwards, right? We should be looking to lower the percentage of students who are having adverse circumstances or experiences.
And Mr. Frisch, I would say that I agree with your assessment, and that when we were having these conversations in February around where we wanted these metrics to go, we acknowledged that our metrics were very narrow for this particular part of the strategic plan, and that there are opportunities for us to bring back more robust and more relevant metrics that actually speak to the current needs of students. But we certainly do agree that some of these metrics can be very narrow, and when you only have one or two questions to base your data on, is that really enough for us to make a decision about how to move forward? So,
well, and even better, if we were able to ask, in a digital version of a survey, you can ask follow-up questions of students who answer questions a certain way. It would be very interesting to find out from students who feel, discrimination based on race or culture, other things about their experience. And we could do that for, gender, religious minority students, et cetera. So I look forward to furthering the conversation about these, and I will also have some written questions.
Yeah, and we clearly have opportunities to bring back some of those recommendations to the board on how we get better information from students and do some of that follow-up. So in agreement with you.
And Mr. Frisch, I'm happy to add you to a go back. Ms. Marin, followed by Ms. Pekarsky.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Smith and staff. So I want to just share a thought that, I don't know how much stock we can put in this. I think the staff have done a good work to make a story out of incomplete data, as Dr. Brabrand has said. And, we can all add our subjective observations and qualitative data along with that. But this year is just simply an anomaly. And, if we had to bet whether students excelled or declined, unfortunately, we'd be betting that they declined. So, just like the conversations we had with student membership, we were talking about the capital improvement plan, we heard from our staff then that, our experts in facilities planning, our tried and true formulas don't work this year. They're not accurately delivering the projections that we need them to. So that doesn't ring true right now. So, I'm okay to revisit decisions that, the board makes as needed, but it's concerning that I'm hearing some want to start to really dive deeper into this data when we agreed in November to handle it this way in this circumstance, in this time. And we're kind of talking about reversing that agreement. I think we need to keep going forward. This data informs the way we work, but it's difficult to use this as a pure benchmark as we have in the past. And so I think if there's questions about what these data seem to highlight, that we actually pivot those conversations, not so much on this data, but on how do we then budget for that, for the results that we know that our students are going to be seeking. I also think about, can we use the other avenues we have at our disposal? Student Health Advisory Committee, SHAC. I already sent them the goal report. I mean, this is what they're about. We have other ways to do this work than just the board talking about this, and we just simply, our agendas are so full. Finally, one thing I'll share about these goals themselves is, I'm eager to see how these goals can be revisited to see if we're categorizing and then measuring in sort of the correct goal. I could, looking at what counts for caring culture, well, if a child feels like an outsider, they're upset, they're bullied, they're not going to get to student success. So I've actually, from the start, Mr. Smith, always been kind of fascinated about, well, how are the decisions made to place each goal or metric with the goals? And I think, these conversations we've had during the budget too come up to how do we align the goal with the budget. So I hope that we can do more of that work, especially through the budget process, but then as we continue with the strategic planning work as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chairman Anderson.
Go ahead, Dr. Brabrand.
I know,
Thank you.
really brief, because I know you have go-backs, and we've already been here for some time. Super quick. This strategic plan was developed by 2 prior boards. When I arrived, we took a strategic plan focus, working with the board, to narrow down 38 desired outcomes to less than 20. It's still too big, and we have to, what you said, is acknowledge a pandemic has washed over us. We did our best to show you the data from what we had in the past, but we need to reimagine what the future strategic plan looks like. And I think it's going to be narrower, slimmer, and more high impact. We have to build that. We need to build that as we're building return to school. I believe in the next few weeks we're going to go and have finalized our return to school approach, and then we need to talk about when they return, what are we doing? Like Ms. Omesh said, we are going to be on a high state alert. Everyone is ready as those kids come back in to surround them, flood them, and give the very best social, emotional, and academic strategies that work. We're going to bring you plans about extended learning in just next week. We're going to keep redesigning, but I do think it's a balance. How much do we want to stay back in this snapshot of data that is past with a pandemic that is front and center? There are themes and trends. We tried to identify them, but I do want to say, I think we need to be as proactive about the data that's in front of us that we can affect versus spending too much time analyzing the data in the past that really is more than ever an incomplete snapshot of what the system's able to do and what we were able to really share with you tonight. But again, transparency. We wanted to show you these goals have been our foundation for years. Here's what we did. It's important to recognize and discuss, but it's also important to plan and pivot for the future and what we're going to do for those kids as they return in a few weeks in person.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Ms. Pekarsky, followed by Ms. Tolan.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Anderson. Actually, Ms. Marin kind of encapsulated most of what I wanted to say, and then Dr. Brabrand kind of tied it with the bow and finished it off for me. So, while I do hear many of my colleagues have perhaps changed their minds into, doing a deeper dive with this data, I think we're still a new board. This is a pandemic going forward. I think we're going to have to do some more work in the strategic plan in general, and I hope that's something that we can actually start sooner than later with where we are in this unique time. So right now, I just want to thank staff for all the work you did. I know it was a push to get this all together and to put these reports, to get them to us, and they were extremely informative. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Tolan.
Yes, thank you very much for the report. I did want to just kind of reiterate some of the things that were said by previous colleagues, that so much of this ties together, strategically, with the budget. I mean, if you just take a very simple example, we spent a little time already talking about the Portrait of a Graduate presentations of learning and how important they are and how we could expand them across different subject areas. But just at our work session earlier this week, Dr. Presidio talked about the fact that, our work on Portrait of a Graduate in ISD is done by a very small group, and we don't have the funding to expand that work right now. So, these things we're talking about here, it ties to the budget. And then I'm just thinking about timing, as we're, full into our budget process right now, and just in a couple of months, we're supposed to have our decisions made around that. How can we be somewhat flexible, perhaps, because as we're looking at, just bringing kids back into the schools, over the next, month or so, and then really needing to double down on looking at, what we need to do to assess where the kids are and, what we need to do for them. How do we make sure that we have, some flexibility in budgeting, into, the next school year so that we can put it where we need it? I don't know if that's common or if there's, something that we need to do about that in our budget process.
Dr. Brabrand?
Well, Ms. Tolan, one thing, with the stimulus money we know we got, we have flexibility through 2023 for that second round of stimulus that just passed Congress in the winter break. We are very excited. I was going to speak at Superintendent Matters that we have a new president that already talked about stimulus and support for our schools and support for helping reopen schools for in-person learning. So I think that's left to be determined. But we do have some flexibility with the stimulus to talk about money we want to spend this second semester, money we want to spend this summer, and money, like you said, Ms. Tolan, that we need to be strategic about, that we may want to think about for next year. And so we need to keep that in mind, and we need to look at the potential for whether there'll be additional dollars, and we want to target programs to expand into next year or to redesign for next year. So it is something we're aware of in the budget process, and we're going to try to bring as maximum flexibility, but also maximum leverage. What can we do now in the next few months that will move the needle for kids this year and prepare them to catch up as much as possible over the summer to hit the ground running next year when we hope things are much closer to normal than they are now?
So I guess it's something we could look at some of those one-time funds to implement programs that we think we need to have in place, as we start assessing kids as they're coming back into the buildings. And then we would have then we need to look at our budget process next year to look at which of those programs we want to continue and that we would have to put into, reoccurring funds, not just these, one-time funds. So I guess we have a little more time than I was thinking.
And I do think that we'll have much more information once we're able to bring you the plan of what that looks like. We'll be able to sort of take that apart for the board and for the community, and then add to and see which things we'll need to keep as permanent additions to the work that we do and other things that might be very brief supports that we provide to students to get them to the next level. So I think that it's all part of the dialogue that we're going to have and consider what we'll need to do in the short term and what we'll need to continue to do in the long term.
Thank you. One other more specific question. I was very interested in the information that you presented around student stress and, how the stress just rises year after year. And again, I know maybe this is not the report to have the, what are we doing to move forward with this, but I didn't know if maybe someone could elaborate a little bit more on what we're doing around student stress, because I was worried about that even before COVID-19, and I think that it's certainly exacerbated.
Dr. Boyd?
Dr. Boyd?
Hi, yes, good evening. One of the things that we really want to find out is to do some additional digging. We have a number of clinicians or folks who can support SEL But it's really, really imperative for us to understand the why before we begin drafting plans. And so part of that piece will be engaging in two-way communication with students so that we get a better understanding. I think one of the things we learned this year from Mr. Amabudo is that we got some very, very explicit feedback from students as to what they need. Sometimes as adults, we think we know what they need, but we really have to take some additional time and hear directly from students as to what they need and actually engage in conversations with them about how we can do things differently. So that's some of our preliminary work, but we want to make sure again that we're addressing what their need is. And we have to do a little bit more digging to that end.
Got it. Thank you for doing that work. I will give the rest of my time, a minute maybe, to my next colleague. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's much appreciated. Seeing that there are no other new speakers, I will take my turn and ask a number of questions. But I will start with more of a statement. I think the work that we began last February when we began to delve into the scorecard to start that review, which essentially COVID brought to a standstill, that's really important work for us to get back to sooner rather than later, not just to whittle down to the most essential things, but to really change it to reflect the current needs that we have right now, because the socio-emotional challenges that we're facing impacts the instruction so significantly. I mean, we've heard Mr. Anabudo speak about this ad nauseum, but we need to make sure that we are adding that to the top of mind, which is top of our scorecard, which means that our resources are being put towards that effort. Which brings me to one of my first questions. On page 27 of the slide, you talked about trauma-informed instruction to Title I schools. Who manages that? Because as a person in a Title I school, this is not something that I'm familiar with, as a parent rather, in a Title I school. How does that work? Who can give me a little bit more detail in terms of who monitors that program, who supports those schools and that effort? I'd like to start there.
Ms. Waltz, do you want to start with Title I?
I sure could. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the question. So the Title I staff worked closely with the staff from special services to ensure that all of our Title I schools had this professional development provided to them. And that was in the 1920 school year. And so that prioritization we felt was really important, especially given some of the trauma that we were seeing in our students. The other thing I would say is that in addition to the trauma-informed instruction, Title I has provided additional funding for additional social workers in our Title I schools, and I think it's a total of 5 full-time employees, and then our Title I principals have also dedicated additional Title I dollars for social work support. I'm also wondering if anybody else from DSS might be able to talk about the other side of the trauma-informed instruction if you wanted more details about what specifically that professional development looks like. Thank you.
Thank you. I would certainly like to have that additional information. And given the state that we're in with the trauma that all of our students, all of our teachers, all of us have encountered this year, how will this be ramped up? Will that office be able to handle the deluge of support that the schools are going to need? Not just our Title I schools, which that support is just going to need to even be greater, but all throughout the rest of our schools. Where does this show up in our budgeting in terms of a consideration?
And Dr. Anderson, Ms. Deb Scott is here with us, our Director of Intervention and Prevention Services, and I'll ask that she share some of the work that her staff is doing, but we certainly, as we proceed, will need to be looking at our budget and how it aligns with our stated priorities. We do again have a number of clinicians and social workers and psychologists, and we are certainly very appreciative of those efforts, and we know those positions have increased. And one of the things that we're going to continue to look at is how staff are spending their time. We know that we want to make sure that the goal is that they're spending the bulk of their times directly supporting students, directly supporting teachers who support students. but we also know a number of those persons support other functions, IEP meetings, eligibilities, different things like that. And so, Ms. Scott, if you'll just explain some of the work that your department is doing, and we're happy to make sure when we do our department budget review that we provide some additional information that crosswalks the spending with these priorities. Dr. Anderson.
Hi, this is Deb. Our social workers do lead the training, although we do invite other clinicians into that training. So it is a team effort, but the social workers absolutely lead that work. The Title I schools came out of the discipline studies, as you are aware. So that is how that started. And we had plans to expand. COVID did get in the way of that expansion. You've asked a very important question of, do we have enough people on the ground? Part of our issue is going to be, we don't know what we're facing. So it is a hard balance to decide if we have enough people. We would always accept more staffing into social work because they do offer a depth and breadth of abilities as far as training and working with students, especially in the trauma-informed practices. Our other clinicians obviously can step up and do that, but your school counselors are doing other activities. School psychology is mandated to evaluations. So again, Dr. Boyd makes a very good point. We always need to be looking at what is our very highly trained clinical staff doing during the day, and are they doing the right things at the right time? So we look at that continuously. We would accept more help. The trauma-informed materials that we use are paid for by the county, and we also were able to get a grant this year. I do have some things forwarding to Dr. Boyd just about the materials. That has not been a line item. We have supplied all of that by grant at this point, so that might be an area that we need to look at as well.
Thank you so much for that. One of the things that you said is a good segue into one of my other questions regarding how are we going to determine a baseline when our students are returning back into the building? What are the diagnostics that are going to be done at whatever that entry point is so that we can, one, identify the real issues? While we know of them, we don't have that hard data in front of us, not only just to gather more information, but also measure our progress. How is that going to be addressed and handled in terms of determining that baseline foundation?
And that segues into what we're talking about tonight, which is the caring culture goal. I think folks have shared with you that we are concerned about our formative data because we have relied on the youth survey. It is a great survey of our county, but it is not formative and over time. The school board did purchase or give us funds to purchase a wellness screener. We are in the RFP process and we are just about done with that process, and we will have that screener. That screener is not the answer to everything. It is going to be able to inform our instruction in social emotional learning, but that is another added piece that we're going to have to ask our staff to accept that screener, be trained, and roll that out. And that is not a small ask of our staff at this time, but I think we all agreed it was important. And we all are going to have to do it, and it will be a universal screener across all of FCPS.
And I'm sorry, did you say that the screener was heavier on the instructional side in lieu of the socio-emotional components?
It's a social emotional wellness screener, so I think it can do both. But it's the first time that I believe, and I have to say that I haven't been here very long, but I believe it'll be the first time we have a universal screener across the district. So we're looking forward to that, and we do think that will help us inform intervention and instruction.
Dr. Brabrand, did you want to speak?
No, it's a big nugget. We haven't had a universal screener for social emotional.
Okay.
That's the nugget. We're going to. It's going to be more work, but we've got to start to track kids' social emotional state like we did their SOL scores in the past. In fact, I believe that that's going to be the foundational thing that we're going to have to focus on most, because if the kid social emotionally is not ready to learn, all the additional academic interventions just aren't going to be possible. And we're going to have more of those kids. And I think Dr. Scott or Ms. Scott hit the nail on the head. We don't know exactly, right? The virtual, it's real, but there's the unreal, right? The social emotional is the missing piece to virtual. That until those kids come back, we're not going to have a full understanding of how deep it is. So the wellness screener is going to put us in position, and we're going to need to, as Dr. Boyd said too, be very targeted about what do we want school psychologists, social workers, and counselors doing in those first days back, those first weeks back, those first months back. It's not going to be business as usual. It's figuring out what do we got, what are we going to do about it, and what are the plans we're going to build based on what we find in those first few months. Some of it is going to pop the first day, the first week. Some of it's going to manifest itself as we get into the fourth quarter. But the end of the school year, in one way, as we talked about, this fifth quarter is not going to be the end for kids that we know have needs that need to continue to extend into the summer and into next year. And we really need to start thinking about building a 2-year, a 3-year plan about how we get out of COVID. It is not going to be, I need to say it again, I know Ms. Omes was asking earlier, and I want to say it again for the public. There is not going to be a magic wand over Fairfax County or any school district that's going to erase the impact of COVID in a few short weeks or months. We have to brace ourselves for harder, worse student data and accept it's no one's fault, it's not a blame game, but how are we going to get plans that are redesigned, that are different to address these kids? And we have a staff that I know is going to do everything they can to put themselves in a place to have kids be successful. And we're devoted to it, and we'll partner with you in the months ahead around it.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to engaging in those conversations regarding how we are going to set our students up for success. Another question that I had, and I think this is for Dr. Presidio, you talked about, this is very specific, you talked about reading performance increasing, I guess the gap was decreasing between some groups. I think it's slide 11, but I'm not sure. And you did not have, you didn't speak in terms of what data, what measure you used to evaluate this. Could I get a little bit more detail there?
Yeah, absolutely. This is an internal measure that we have. It's not an external SOL measure. This is an internal measure based on teachers providing information about what grade level students are being assessed at and instructed on in their classrooms. So this is based on teacher professional judgment as recorded in progress report data.
How does this data measure typically compare to the external measures you use in a normal year? Are they usually, do they track in the same direction? I'm just concerned about not being too optimistic on this internal measure if it doesn't typically align with the external assessments.
Right. No, that's a great point. This is a board approved metric. So we collect data on this every year, at least, and report it, at least as we've had the current version of the strategic plan. Typically, this information in this data set is a little bit higher than SOL scores, but we do see a fair degree of consistency. But typically, this is higher than the standardized assessment. And we would expect it to be so, because when the student's taking the SOL, that's a, one moment in time, one day in time versus what's actually happening in the classroom from the teacher's perspective and judgment on a daily basis. So we do put a lot of credibility into this particular metric.
Thank you. I'll put myself on go back. Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, followed by Ms. Omesh.
Thank you. I appreciate that. So I wanted to go, first, I want to thank you for all the comments, and I know we could dig into this data forever, but I do agree with my colleagues that things are going to be very different looking forward, given what's happened this year. So I think this is important data to inform our work, but I think it's going to be data that may change significantly based on what goes forward. So I think our focus needs to be on going forward. Having said that, I did want to sort of take a little attention to the disruptive referrals data that we talked about, and Ms. Keys-Kamar mentioned it as well. And if you look at students with disabilities, they still received the most referrals for disruptive behavior. In fact, Previously, the data I saw, if I recall from last year, our African American students were 20 out of 100. Last year, they're down to 11 out of 100. Our students with disabilities are 22 out of 100. The previous time this report was given, now it's 16 out of 100, so the percentage difference is still not as much. I would posit, and I've had really great conversations with our equity team about this, and I mentioned this last year, the importance of intentionally embedding neurodiversity into our strategic plan, into our welcoming culture. Our equity team is really open, they're fantastic, but if we continue to leave it out of our strategic plan and out of any words in our caring culture, I think it sends a message. I would posit that perhaps when we talk about studying whether we have culturally responsive teachers and culturally competent teachers, it should be teachers respond to students in culturally competent and neurodiverse ways. I would posit that words matter. And so as we move forward, I would really, if we're looking at cultural responsiveness and how it creates a welcoming and caring culture, and how that knowledge may lead to viewing students in a culturally responsive way, potentially reducing discipline referrals, adding neurodiversity to that for our students with disabilities, given the results, would be very important. So I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. Did anyone want to respond to that comment? Okay.
I like the
Message received.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, I just want to say this one last time. It was early March. We had a work session. We had Sloan. 1 week later, the pandemic hit. It all went out up in the air. This is just our best attempt to do what we've done every year for this board and the public, to be transparent with the data that we have. We're in a different place. We're going to need a different response, and we're going to need a different strategic plan and some different metrics than what we had before. We had a potpourri of everything from A to Z, and we're going to have to narrow it down, and we're going to have innovative ways and strategies different from what we've necessarily done before. We were on the verge of that conversation. If you remember, the board going, let us loose, let us come. The pandemic hit, and we have our work cut out for us, but we'll be bringing you, starting as early as next week, some new conceptual approaches about things that we think can work, and we'll be doing more in the months ahead.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Ms. Somesh has yielded her time, so Ms. Keys-Gamarra, followed by Ms. McLaughlin.
I'm coming. Thank you. I won't be long. I do want to just really make a statement, because I think some of my colleagues and I may be talking about the same thing. But I do want to clarify. I think we would all agree that dealing with return to school and the pandemic has been one of the most traumatizing things that we together collectively have had to deal with. And now, as we are looking at these strategic goals, particularly student success, we know that we have students that have been having difficulty. We know that emotional supports are necessary. We know that from looking at even the data given tonight, that students, even under normal circumstances, are experiencing greater stress as they get into the later grades. I think that as we are combining those two things, and I understand that we may feel somewhat handicapped by the fact that we have had to deal with this pandemic, I think perhaps one of the most important things we have to do is to plot out clearly as we can what our course is to try to get our students back on track. I think that that's going to help the many parents who feel as though they have been handicapped by this situation. I know we have a number of parents who are understanding and are not having as much difficulty with virtual, but there are a number of students, as our Mr. Anabudo has explained to us, that truly feel that they are struggling. And so I do think that we can use this opportunity to take the data that we have and plot out more precisely how we plan to move forward and address those concerns. And so I don't think that we are so far apart. when we say we want to take a deeper dive by some of my colleagues who are saying otherwise, because I do think we all have that return to school as a priority. And I'd like to see how we can combine these two efforts to make sure that our community really understands what we're doing and why. Thank you.
Ms. McLaughlin, followed by Ms. Keys-Gamarra, by Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
Thank you. Just briefly, Dr. Brabrand, one other thing I was hoping you and your team might consider is on slide 13 of the PowerPoint. It begins a lot of bullet points of different findings from it within the reports. So it's up on the screen here on elimination of gaps. If you see all those bullet points, they're great, but for the board members and the public, it's really hard to know where in the report this information might be. So I was going to request that we could cite the pages where people can find that, and that really allows people to understand that there's data behind what we're saying here, and then people can read it to understand how you're drawing those conclusions by putting that information there. And then on page 18 of the Student Success Report, there's a topic header that says Gold Champion Response to Conclusions. And I really wasn't sure what that statement means. Gold Champion Response to Conclusions. So if someone can look at page
So I can clarify overall. So the process this year was a bit different because in the past, our gold champions and their respective departments have compiled the data and have pulled together the reports for the school board. This year, the Office of Research and Strategic Improvement looked at this as they might look at a program evaluation. And so they reviewed the data. They did work with departments to get clarification on the data. But the reports are specifically written by the Office of Research and Strategic Improvement. They then gave those reports to the departments, to the gold champions, and said, here are the data. Now, what is your response? Much as they would for any type of program evaluation. And when we brought program evaluations, we always do give the staff the ability to provide a response. We look at this as a very objective look through the ORCE lens, and then give staff the opportunity to speak to those recommendations or considerations. And that's what we did here.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Smith. I would just again say, Dr. Brabrand, for your consideration, that's not really intuitive to the reader or even to board members who haven't heard that terminology. So I think because this is a formal report, again, for the board and the public, I would recommend a different title so people understand what that reference is, because without context, honestly, I read it and I was like, this looks like a lot of words, but I'm not even sure what it's actually capturing. So you did a great job explaining it, but a report, if it takes that kind of explaining, people aren't going to be able to appreciate who's speaking and where is the, who's the author basically of the champion response. So I would consider
we can clarify that.
And then I just want to say to my other colleagues who've championed it, I absolutely know and want to review this in greater depth with my colleagues, but as we know, our families at a minimum and many of our teachers are so anxious about return to school. I really hope we will be judicious in that we've got to get that nailed down and right, and then we can do this deeper dive. And I know for staff, you're going to probably agree, so thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Corbett-Sanders, followed by Mr. Frisch.
Thank you. So throughout the document, there are a number of places where there's a recommendation for budgetary implications. It's striking to me that these budgetary implications aren't in alignment with the budget that was presented just a couple of weeks ago and the one that we are going to have to adopt, the proposed budget, later this month, or actually in February. So my question is, if you look at all of the budget requests or budget considerations. How do you prioritize these considerations, or have they been prioritized, these considerations versus the ones that were put forth in the superintendent's proposal? And if not, in looking at these, are there certain things in there that you would recommend we invest in, and what would you trade out of the proposed budget?
So I think the response to that would take more time than we have here. But of course, we do look at the recommendations from these goal reports after working with departments. And departments do provide that information to budget staff as we think about those recommendations that Dr. Brabrand would want to bring forward as part of a budget process. As we shared earlier, when you look at some of the data around our English learners, we took that into consideration as we thought about additional staffing for English learners. There may be other areas that we would have liked to have brought forward. I know that there were other recommendations and other requests that departments had. But of course, we know that in this very tight budget year, we wanted to think about some of those recommendations where we could essentially make the most difference for our students and for our staff. So I think that you will see a combination of recommendations that are those recommendations that come through that ORSI program evaluation lens. You'll see recommendations that have come to staff from or come to the superintendent from departments themselves, and the superintendent then makes those decisions on which recommendations come to the board. Certainly would like to do many more things, but again, in these very tight times, brought forward the ones that we thought would make the most difference.
So I appreciate what you just said, Mr. Smith, but there seems to be a little bit of a disconnect here, because this goal report is also the superintendent's goal report, and it has a number of budget considerations that are asked from the board. So what I'm trying to understand is, are those budget considerations included in the report? There are some synergies with the superintendent's proposed budget that was presented in January. There are some that are different. So when you look at all of the budget considerations in this document, is there a reprioritization, or how do these recommendations, how should I as a board member use these recommendations to influence any modification that this board may want to make to the superintendent's proposed budget?
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
So I would say that process.
Dr. Brabrand.
I will let Dr. Brabrand answer.
Well, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, you know, I beg to differ with your analysis of this assessment. We identified clearly in this goal reporting that English language staffing was a necessary enhancement. It's in my identified investments. The identified investments of the CIS salary scale were things that I believe even you championed and the rest of the board around changing salaries to match 50% of our teacher scale. Advanced academics is part of the external consultant study that the prior board did and aligns with our strategic plan goal, of which we have metrics. And then we have the special ed review, just a placeholder. The truth is, my identified investments only are the tip of the iceberg of additional investments that we need to make. So I think it's more a question of what else is there that we want to include to align with strategic priorities versus that we don't have a budget aligned with strategic priorities. And we are going to look at the stimulus money that we just received to help us craft some additional work on the budget that we know we're going to do over the next several months. That budget we crafted and I presented in the first week in January. There's dramatically different pieces of information that we have. The second stimulus, the change of Governor Northam to looking at a salary for compensation instead of a bonus, and the potential for a new president with an additional stimulus. So the budget process is just beginning. So I agree there's more to share. I agree with you there, but I would say respectfully that I do think what I identified in my budget began to show some of the areas that this board and the administration already agreed were strategic investments aligned with the strategic plan.
So, Dr. Bergman,
Thank you. Ms. Corbett Sanders, I'm so sorry. Your time has expired. I can happily come back to you. I'm going to let Ms. Denrock Colfax have her turn, and then I'm happy to give you a third go-round. Ms. Denrock Colfax, please go ahead, and then I will put you for another go-back, Ms. Corbett Sanders.
I'm sorry, Chair Anderson, Dr. Brabrand misunderstood my question. And so I would like my question answered.
Ms. Corbett Sanders, I will happily come back. Let's give him a chance to maybe rehear what you've just said. You will have another turn. This is a promise to you. Ms. Denrock Colfax, go ahead.
I'd like my question answered.
We will come back to you to get that question answered. Ms. Denrock Colfax, please go ahead.
I do want to allow my colleague to have her question answered. I feel that that's proper. If you want to do a go back, are you entertaining third go backs? Because
I want to make sure she has her question answered. I know you didn't have a long first turn, so I want to make sure you got in. We will go back to Ms. Corbett Sanders. Please do not worry. Go ahead.
Thank you. I do not want to belabor this point, but as Dr. Brabrand pointed out, it was 2 boards ago, and Ms. McLaughlin and I were on that board. And the reason we needed a strategic plan is a strategic plan should not be a static document, and the goal reports come out of the strategic plan, right? They're part and parcel of it. And that's why what we need to ensure that we do is whatever we do, particularly as we move on in our budgetary process, we need to ensure that we have a clear understanding. I do believe that a lot of what was recommended for school board considerations as I look at this plan are included in Dr. Brabrand's, but there's other really meaty topics that I think we could and should have the opportunity to look into before we make our final decisions on the budget, particularly in these 2 crucial strategic plan goals of student success and caring culture. And for the record, I was reminded by a colleague that I was one of the people that did not, maybe the only person that did not think that the structure, the way we decided to do this was the way. I appreciate that I was in the minority opinion, but I think it's extremely important that we do parallel processing, that we take this strategic plan, we continue to look at it. Dr. Brabrand has a plan right now for return to school that will be implemented shortly and has dates on it. So I think there could be some parallel processing during that time. And I am not going to, at this point, put forward a motion or anything. I just ask my colleagues for us to discuss this as we move forward and then relay that information to the chair. I don't want to utilize this time right now to put a motion or anything like that, but I do want the respect to say this is the most important thing that we do. Of course, return to learn and COVID is the overarching thing right now, and we need to get that back in order. But the student success and the caring culture, they all have to be intertwined as we put together our return to school plan. And with the budget coming up, there are additional budgetary items that might need to be addressed. So that's why I would appreciate further conversation on this.
Thank you very much. Dr. Brabrand, did you want to respond?
I would just say thank you, Ms. Dernak Kofax. I do think the budget that we developed and we worked with Ms. Marin, Ms. Kofax, and frankly the entire school board that I presented did align with school board priorities from our discussions this fall. I also agree with Ms. Corbett Sanders that there are additional strategic priorities that we've identified here in our Goal 1 and Goal 2 reports. And I think we're going to have an opportunity as we move forward to talk about in the next several months as we do the budget process, what else we can do. We're already having Mr. Smith and Ms. Bird and the budget team start to look at the stimulus monies, to look at strategies around compensation, around additional investments beyond the identified investments I shared. And I'd encourage us, I think the board has to figure out how to strike the right balance between reviewing the data of the past year while preparing for our response to the pandemic and the impact of having kids not in in-person learning for so long. And so I think that's the balance, and I think we can figure out how, moving forward, with the chair and vice chair's leadership, how to integrate that into some of the existing meetings that we'll have coming up, the program budget review, our own budget processes, our monthly return to school updates. So I look forward to partnering with you all to do that.
Do I have more time, Dr. Anderson? Because I do want to just have
No,
that.
ma'am. Do you want another turn? I can add you to the list.
Yes, please.
Okay, and we have 3 folks for another round. We will start with Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, and then Ms. Corbett-Sanders, and then Ms. Dernock-Kofax.
Thank you. I'll be brief because I have a million more questions, but I'm not going to ask them at this time of the hour. I first wanted to say that I agree with what Ms. Keys-Kamara said, that I do think it's very important to tie some of this work to return to school. And again, not spend too much time on this report because I think that things are going to be very, very different moving forward. I did want to mention also that as we're looking at moving forward and ways to change this, I want to put one more plug in for when we're looking at college and career plans and post-secondary college and career plans. I know we're basing that, I believe, on a survey of our students. Is that correct? How do we get information about college and career readiness plans? Where's that data coming from? And I apologize if it's in the longer report.
I think that's the senior survey, but Dr. Presidio, is that correct?
Yeah, it's the senior survey, and then we do follow up with a national database, the National Student Clearinghouse, that gives us information about student enrollment in 2- and 4-year colleges. So we do have that information as a follow-up as well.
Do we have any data on sort of college retention rates? You know, and what I'm looking, I've seen national data on, 4-year and 6-year college retention rates for, how, I believe, I don't have the numbers memorized, but it's around 41% of students who start college graduate in 4 years, and 60-ish% graduate in 6. Do we have any Fairfax County specific data on that? It would just be interesting to try to collect that as we're looking at long-term success.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, we absolutely do. And that, again, is information that's collected as part of the National Student Clearinghouse data. So we do have that, and typically we perform slightly above the national averages, but not significantly above.
Can you share that?
Yeah, no, we definitely could share that with the board.
Thank you. Ms. Ms. Corbett-Sanders.
So, Dr. Brabrand, you started to answer my question in response to Ms. Dernock-Kofax. Do I need to restate my question, or do you understand what I'm asking, which is that in each of the sections of this report, there is a section called, let me give you the exact title, Conclusions, and then it says school board considerations. And under school board considerations, there's a budget considerations. Some of these have been included in your proposed budget already, as you mentioned, the English language learners. Others have not. What I'm asking is, of all of these budget considerations in this report, knowing that we are returning to school and knowing that we're going to have certain challenges that will be exacerbated, that are identified here and will be exacerbated as part of the return to our physical buildings after COVID-19. What of these budget considerations do you believe this board needs to be a champion for you in modifying the proposed budget?
Thank you. Dr. Brabrand?
Thank you. I'm gonna share one comment, and then I'm gonna let Dr. Presidio or Mr. Smith, if they want to add. But one area I can tell you tonight, and thank you for rephrasing that. I think sometimes it's having the time to just get clarity, and I appreciate the clarity of the question. One of the areas, for example, FCPS expanding bridge to kindergarten to reach all students with pre-kindergarten experience, without pre-kindergarten experience, and then Ms. Derenak Koufax was talking about, is that number growing? We need to look at bridge to kindergarten, and I think you'll be interested to see what we're going to talk to you about next week. Do we need more bridge programs? Bridge to kindergarten, perhaps bridge to first grade. Think about those kindergartners this year, what they missed. We'll have some kids that didn't participate in kindergarten who will come in next year in first grade. So we'll have some of that, I think, under the budget is one of the first areas that I'm going to be looking at, particularly for our youngest learners who really the state has said to us are our most vulnerable learners. Dr. Presidio or Mr. Smith, anything else you would add in response to Ms. Corbett-Sanders' question? Dr. Presidio?
I would just concur with that comment, and I think it's already been discussed, but in addition to the academic needs that we know students are going to have, and we do need to be thinking not just about summer programs, but next year, obviously, as part of the budget development process, but also thinking beyond academic needs in terms of the social emotional needs and how we can really provide supports to students and to families as well. That additional family engagement efforts that we've been undertaking, we're making progress, but there's a lot of additional need to work with the entire family, not just the student, to address some of these gaps that we need to be able to accelerate and close for students. So that would be the other big category, is around social emotional learning and family engagement activities.
One final.
So based on that, I'm sorry, Dr. Brabrand?
Just one final point I wanted to make. One of the other strategic concerns in caring culture was the Chief Equity Officer Action Plan. Schools completing the equity audits. I've really asked Dr. Williams to come in, and she's already hit the ground running, let me tell you, and brought truth to power in multiple conversations. Find our equity blind spots now. Find them in our strategic plan, find them in our budget, and bring them to us. And so, again, I didn't have the benefit of her analysis and insight as I prepared the budget in December to share with you in January. She started December 30th. But she will be here in the months ahead between now and May when you have to adopt the budget. And I want to leave room, and I did in this slide 28, to let the Chief Equity Officer bring an action plan, and there could be some changes in the budget driven by her recommendations along with members of the leadership team in concert. So thank you, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, for that question.
Thank you, Dr. Brabrand. Ms. Derenak Koufax, your time was expired, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. May I ask you, Ms. Derenak Koufax, I believe that Mr. Anabudo has a question, but he does have to log off because he has class tomorrow. Would you be amenable to me letting him share a few words on this matter?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Anabudo?
Hi, Dr. Anderson. No question right now. I said I would write my thoughts down and have them sent.
Okay.
Sorry for the confusion. Thank you.
Of course. Have a good night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Derenak Koufax, followed by Ms. McLaughlin. And I'm so sorry, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, is your hand still up from last time, or did you want another turn? Thank you.
Thank you. And Dr. Brabrand, I just wanted to respond to what when you last your answer, your response to my concerns. And I think we are saying the same thing. And I love the words that were just said, because what I wanted to point out is this report has provided perspective on what have been some long-standing issues that were here before COVID, that will be here after COVID. And the words that you used, equity blind spots, these are issues that have been highlighted for years. This report continues to provide that historical perspective. Some will be greater because of what we have experienced, the trauma everything that COVID has brought to us, all the difficulties that COVID has brought to us. So I think it would be a lost opportunity not to have these conversations. Perhaps we're saying the same thing in different ways. I'm not looking as old data because and the missing pieces I understand about. But I think the opportunity for a broader conversation on the topics of student success, on the topics of a caring culture, as we move forward, as we finalize our budget this year, are necessary. And so I just wanted to end my comments there. And I will continue to talk to my colleagues about the best way to move forward to have this conversation continue.
Thank you, Ms. Dana Kofax. Ms. McLaughlin, oh, I'm so sorry. Was there a response to her statement?
No, Dr. Brabrand?
No, I think, as Ms. Dernak Kofax said, I think we are saying the exact same thing. So I appreciate that, and I look forward to finding more time moving forward to go over these things.
Thank you. Ms. Marin, you have a point of order?
Yes, Chairman. I'm just wondering what the plan is for how many rounds of this go-backs we are going to have. It seems like it's a select number of people, and the utility seems to not be there for me.
This is the last round. Okay. Ms. McLaughlin is the last speaker, plus I had you. So Ms. McLaughlin will have her third round, and everybody who wanted to would have had that. And so we will be moving on to the next agenda item. Ms. McLaughlin.
Yes, just briefly, I do want to say, Dr. Brabrand, I look forward to you and your team bringing us this equity action plan from Dr. Williams, but certainly do hope that what will come with it is the data and the metrics that show whichever programs or services you'd like to have funded, that we can demonstrate the success of those, whether it's Bridge to K, whether it's the social emotional learning Dr. Presidio said, the family engagement work, everything that the board funds in order for public confidence in our decision making and to support you is that we need to have those kinds of metrics that will say, here's the success, now we want to invest further in it, or here's the success other school divisions have had, we have not done this, but we'd like to adopt it. That would be my request. And the other thing I'd say, Ms. Marin, is I appreciate what you just asked a moment ago. As well-intentioned as this was, I think it's really hard at this time of night to be carrying on a in-depth, essentially work session in a business meeting. So we all can reflect and talk to our chair and vice chair about that. And thank you, Dr. Anderson. I know you followed the will of the board.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I had myself go back, but I will ask that question at another point. We will move on to the next agenda item, which is 3.04, which is a McLean-Langley High School Boundary Study. I now call on Dr. Brabrand for the introduction.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. Mr. Plattenberg, our wonderful Assistant Superintendent for Facilities and Transportation, will lead you through this McLean boundary adjustment process. I know this has been something that has gone on for a couple of years, working across multiple boards, and we are bringing a proposal tonight for your review. Mr. Plattenberg.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brabrand and Chairman Anderson. Tonight's meeting, let's go ahead and get started in the presentation. The second slide in the presentation really speaks to the purpose of the McLean High School Boundary Study and the recommended boundary adjustments. It's really to provide the capacity relief to McLean High School by using the available capacity at Langley and High School. The study also includes the middle schools to provide continuity in the school feeder pattern from elementary on to middle and high schools and any change made. As we continue, when we move to page 3, in school year 2019-2020, McLean High School was over capacity with an enrollment of 2,350 students, while the school was designed for only 1,993 students. This was a capacity utilization of 118%. The installation of the modular brings the capacity of McLean to 2,343 students, which would be an estimated capacity of approximately 100%. Langley High School had a capacity surplus with 1,972 students and a design for 2,370 students. This is a capacity utilization of 83%. Looking at the middle schools, Longfellow Middle School is approaching a capacity deficit at 97% utilization, with 1,334 students in a building design for 1,374 students. And Cooper Middle School had a capacity surplus of 92% capacity, with enrollment of 992 students. A renovation of Cooper Middle School has just begun, and the renovation is designed to provide for 1,120 students. Page 4 talks about the boundary adjustment process, with the beginning of the boundary scoping meetings, which were held for this boundary change on December 2nd and December 4th, 2019, at Langley and McLean High Schools, respectively. As a result of the community feedback, the school board held a work session on March 9th, 2020, where the scope of the study was discussed and amended. The second step in the process is a boundary study community meeting, which was held on December 7th. And at that meeting, staff presented 4 options and collected feedback from the community. Tonight, we are presenting the recommendation for the boundary adjustment for consideration by the school board. The school board will hold a public hearing on January 28th to hear public comments and then vote on the boundary adjustment on February 4th of this year. Page 5 speaks to the boundary scoping meetings. And since the boundary scoping meetings were held in December of 2019, staff evaluated the feedback and potential options that were compiled. Feedback from the community recommended that split feeders in middle schools be included, and then the board ended up amending the scope at a work session in March of 2020 to include Longfellow Middle School and Cooper Middle School. The school board also awarded a contract to install 12 classroom modular to help alleviate the capacity deficit at McLean High School. Page 6 of the presentation speaks to the 4 options that were presented at the boundary study community meeting that was held virtually on December 7th, 2020. The 4 options presented were option A, which considers students in the Colvin Run Elementary School split feeder area and a portion of Westbriar Elementary School. Option B considered reassigning students in the Colvin Run Elementary School split feeder area and a portion of the Spring Hill Elementary School split feeder area and a portion of Westbriar Elementary School. Option C considered reassigning students in the Spring Hill Elementary School split feeder area, and option D, which was a no change option. The presentation and feedback from that meeting has been posted to the McLean Boundary webpage, as well as other options evaluated and data on surrounding high schools. Number 7 speaks to the community reviewed all of these options, right? And in the virtual breakout rooms and the feedback that was documented by all the facilitators. I'd like to especially thank a lot of the volunteer facilitators in the Instructional Service Department and Ms. Kathleen Thomas for her facilitating of that process. The feedback was collected via email as well after the community meeting, and all feedback is posted on the McLean Boundary webpage for review. Major feedback themes for the community include concerns about the population growth and development in and around Tysons, the split feeders, and also the socioeconomic diversity of the schools involved. When we look at page 8, using the feedback collected at the December 2020 community meeting, option C that was presented has been modified to create a recommendation. This is a pretty natural process, and we usually call these the hybrid recommendations. The revision addresses community feedback and concerns on the existing housing and population growth, the planned development in Tysons, and allows Fairfax County Public Schools to continue to monitor the growth at both McLean High School and Langley High School. The recommendation reassigned a portion of the area that currently feeds from Spring Hill Elementary School to Longfellow Middle School and McLean High School, with the area changing to feed to Cooper Middle School and Langley High School. Page 9 provides some more detail about the recommendations. The data in the bottom half of the table that is highlighted in various colors represents the estimate for adjusted membership and capacity utilization. The top of the table shows the school year 19 and 20 conditions, which are from last year's CIP with projections. As mentioned, it's a portion of the Spring Hill Elementary School split feeder area and identifies an estimated 159 students at the high school level from McLean High School to Langley, and 73 students at the middle school level from Longfellow Middle School to Cooper Middle School. It should be noted that the modular addition of McLean High School is reflected in the capacity here, and the future design of Cooper Middle School with the renovation is also reflected. The next slide, number 10, really just is the map that shows the current boundaries, with the area highlighted in yellow reflecting the recommendation for boundary adjustment. As noted, this recommendation is modified from option C and includes a portion of the Spring Hill Elementary School between the Route 7 and Dulles Toll Road, and a portion of the Tyson's Urban Center area. Page 11 really talks about Policy 8130, which governs our local school assignments and changes, and includes a section of phasing about grandfathering of a boundary adjustment. And this policy states, when possible, adjustments under this policy shall be implemented through attrition and phasing. The school board may approve a grade-by-grade phase-in of adjustments for students beginning with the incoming class at the middle or high school levels when feasible. The school board may adopt other phasing plans as appropriate to the individual boundary study. Parents of rising 6th or 5th graders, 8th graders, and 12th graders affected by a boundary change may, at the discretion of the school board, be provided the option of having their students remain in the school they attended prior to the change. We want to include this language to assist the board in determining the phasing of the adjustment as they consider action in this boundary adjustment. On page 12, the next steps as part of this boundary study are a public hearing that's scheduled 1 week from tonight on January 28th. After the public hearing, the school board will vote on the boundary adjustment at the regular school board meeting that's scheduled currently for February 4th. I'll note that the 4 options presented at the December 7th, 2020 community meeting are included in this presentation as additional information for your reference. Additionally, additional information is posted on the FCPS website by searching McLean Boundary. Before I conclude this presentation, I really would like to thank Mr. Smith and Ms. Jessica Gillitz and her incredible team, both Pranita Ramanish and also Brian Schuster, of the amazing dedication professionals and the work that they've done around this. Dr. Fabio Zulawaga, Region 2 Area Assistant Superintendent, and Mr. Douglas Tyson, the Region 1 Area Assistant Superintendent. And again, as I mentioned before, Ms. Kathleen Thomas, and the host of volunteers from ISD. This concludes the presentation of the McLean High School and Lincoln High School boundary study this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Plattenberg. Before we head into school board member questions, I would like to invite the Drainsville magisterial member, Ms. Tolan, to provide some additional insight to this plan and to also discuss in greater detail the next steps. Ms. Tolan?
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Thank you, Mr. Plattenberg, for the presentation. We have come a long way since discussions first began on the need for a boundary adjustment between McLean and Langley Pyramids, long before I was the Drainsville representative. Tonight we are seeing some of the fruits of the hard work our facilities staff has done to analyze option after option after listening to and incorporating public input. As we move forward, we are still taking public input. No final decisions have been made. Just want to make that clear to everyone. We have a public hearing next week and then a vote on how we will move forward with the boundary adjustment on February 4th. I encourage all of you to be part of this process. Our schools belong to our communities, and I'm committed to continue listening to you. Your inputs to date has been thoughtful and extremely helpful, so please continue. After talking with many and reading many emails from homeowners associations, community organizations, individuals, and the large set of comments on our website that have been collected, as Mr. Plattenberg pointed out, there are themes that have emerged. Keeping our numbers balanced as we move forward with any uncertainties after COVID and with area developments, so that we do not inadvertently overload Cooper Middle School, but still provide some relief to McLean High School and Longfellow Middle School. Attempt to reduce the impact of 2 different split feeders, keeping students together as they move through their elementary school pyramid up to high school. And perhaps take an opportunity to diversify the housing in the Langley Pyramid. We do not have an option. Mr. Plattenberg presented, yet another option tonight. We did information on option A, B, C, and D in the board docs information, and all of that was presented at the meeting on December 7th. We do not have an option that fully balances all of the goals that people are looking for. Of course, that would be too easy. The bottom line in this case, though, is that all of these options can work, but each has specific advantages and disadvantages. However, this is a boundary adjustment that holds nice possibilities no matter where your family is in these geographies. I really want to say we are talking about 4 amazing schools with amazing staff. After any of these options is put in place, the schools will have staff to meet the needs of our students and capacity for our students to learn comfortably. More capacity in the Langley Pyramid and plenty of capacity in the Langley Pyramid. I assure you, our staff and board will continue to monitor capacity levels and needs at all of these schools as we move forward. I want to thank my colleagues on the board for spending time to talk through the options with me and for asking hard questions, especially Carl Frisch from Providence, if he has constituents in the Spring Hill feeder area. I want to thank our assistant superintendents from Region 1 and 2 for gathering information from the schools and for lending their expertise and historical perspective on all of these options. But most of all, I want to thank the members of our community as your input has been vital. We are still coordinating with the schools to reach out to additional families for input, families living in these geographic areas. And thank you to those of you who have already signed up to speak at the public hearing next week. And I invite those of you listening that haven't already signed up to please do so. For my colleagues, please join us at the public hearing. We will be continuing discussions on the options as we continue to hear from the public and move toward our vote on February 4th. And again, a huge thank you to Mr. Plattenberg, Jessica Gillis, Brian Schuster, and our staff for the incredible work that they've been doing in presenting many various options to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tolan, for that helpful information. Are there any questions or statements from the board? Seeing none, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser?
Sorry, I don't mean to prolong the meeting any longer. I just wanted to say thank you to staff, but also to Ms. Tolan for the process, and to just say how important it is to have that public hearing and really get full public community input on all of these options, as well as other thoughts the community has. At the end of the day, I think the community will be served well regardless of what we do, because all of these schools and all of our schools in Fairfax County are great schools. But the importance of the process is really valuable for transparency and community input. There are pros and cons of each option, and I appreciate Ms. Tolan really sitting down with all of us and talking us through the pros and cons and hearing our concerns and thoughts. But I most appreciate Ms. Tolan sort of waiting to share, really weighing our thoughts, but really waiting to hear from the community before, coming to a conclusion on our own. These are the schools that the community will be living with in these for a long time, and the changes the community will be living with for a long time. So I just wanted to say I want to thank her for her thoughtful work on this.
Thank you. Ms. Pekarsky?
Yeah, I'm going to be very quick too, just following Ms. Sizemore-Heiser. As I've shared with Ms. Tolan in our conversations, I want to make sure that, as we're putting this recommendation, that because this is about a very specific, neighborhood, that we have made a concerted effort to ensure that those voices are being heard and are part of this process. And I know Ms. Tolan is working very hard with staff, but I would really like to ensure that we've heard directly from people that are going to be impacted before we make this decision. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pekarsky. Seeing that there are no other speakers, I will take a very quick turn. Similarly to what Ms. Pekarsky shared, that is my primary concern, that we do have the opportunity to engage with all of the communities who will be impacted. And I know that Ms. Tolan is working with the region leadership to ensure that they find some creative means to reaching out to all of the school communities who will be impacted by this tentative change. So I will stop there. Ms. Tolan, did you have any wrap-up comments? Otherwise, we will move on to the next agenda item.
I don't have any additional comments other than to assure people that, I am working with our regional assistant superintendents to make sure that we're hearing from all of the neighborhoods. And I do want to again thank the homeowners associations from many of our neighborhoods that have reached out, and that the public that has already been very thoughtful and given us incredible information.
Thank you. At this time, I will call on Mr. Frisch for a motion from the Governance Committee regarding changes to Policy 1802, Student Representative to the School Board. Mr. Frisch.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. I move that the board approve the recommended changes to Policy 1802, Student Representative to the School Board as detailed in the agenda item.
Is there a second? Thank you, Ms. Somesh, for your second. Mr. Frisch, would you like to speak to your motion?
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Anderson. As the board's liaison to the City of Fairfax School Board, I'm happy to offer these amendments to Policy 1802, which broadens the eligibility of those who can serve as student representative on the Fairfax County School Board to include FCPS students who happen to live in the City of Fairfax. Additionally, the policy as amended would bar the student representative from serving on our board while concurrently serving on the City of Fairfax School Board. The Governance Committee took up the issue as the result of a forum topic offered by former school board member Ilrong Moon in September of 2019. In response to his forum topic, the board directed Division Counsel through the superintendent to review Virginia code and advise if the board had any legal concerns to worry about with broadening the eligibility, and also asked that the existing policy be shared with the Student Advisory Council to see if they agreed with the proposed changes. SAC delegates agreed with the proposed changes, with some indicating that students should not be allowed to serve on the county and city school board at the same time. So those suggestions have been included in these amendments that we are considering tonight. According to Division Counsel, while current Fairfax County School Board Policy 1802 includes residency requirements, Virginia Code 22.1-86.1A simply requires that student representatives be enrolled in the public schools in the division. With respect to Fairfax County Public Schools, students residing in the City of Fairfax meet that standard. Therefore, there are no legal concerns, according to Division Counsel. Our counterparts on the City School Board have been advocating for these changes for several years because it's the right thing to do. There is no rule prohibiting FCPS students who live in the county from serving as student representative on the City School Board. All of these students are FCPS students. They participate in extracurricular and athletic activities together. They study together. They grow up together. Rather than limiting the ability of a sizable portion of our student population to benefit from the hands-on servant leadership experience afforded by the student representative role, we should be encouraging all of our students to take the plunge, put themselves out there, and get involved in their school division. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Somesh, would you like to speak to your second?
Mr. Frisch captured it. All I would say is, the student voice is not something that's just cute. It's extremely important for us doing our work. And I'm glad that now students in the City of Fairfax will have the opportunity to participate as well.
Thank you very much. Are there any other board members who would like to speak to this matter? Ms. McLaughlin?
Just briefly that I appreciate the work the Governance Committee had in discussing this, and Mr. Frisch picking up the mantle from our former colleague, Mr. Moon. And certainly we felt it was really important that there be that equity between the City of Fairfax students being able to be considered when they in fact consider our students for their board representation. So good work, Mr. Frisch.
Thank you, Ms. McLaughlin. Ms. Cohen?
No, I'm fine. I just wanted to give a shout out to the folks on our Fairfax City School Board, especially Chair Carolyn Pritches, who has been working on this forever. So I know this has been a priority for a long time. So I'm grateful that we're getting moving on it finally. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Ms. Corbett-Sanders?
Yes, I wanted to thank Carl for his work on this and the collaboration within governance. I also wanted to just send a message to any students who are considering the applying for or competing for the role of a student member on the school board. That process is coming up, and so our adoption tonight ensures that the Fairfax City School students will be able to participate in that process for this year.
Thank you very much. Seeing that there are no other members, I will now ask for the vote on the following motion, which is before us. I move the board to approve the recommended changes to Policy 1802, Student Representative to the School Board, as detailed in the agenda item. All those in favor? Ms. McLaughlin, Ms. Omesh, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Ms. Marin, Mr. Frisch, Ms. Corbett-Sanders, Ms. Pekarsky, Ms. Cohen, Ms. Tolan, Ms. Keys-Gamarra, Ms. Dernak-Kofax, and myself. That is unanimous. Motion passes. At this time, I will invite our Vice Chair, Ms. Pekarsky, to walk us through the consent agenda and new business items. Ms. Pekarsky.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Our adopted rules of parliamentary procedure, Robert's rules, provide for a consent agenda listing several items for approval of the board by a single motion. Many items listed have gone through board review, and documentation has been provided to all board members and the public in advance. Items may be removed from the consent agenda at the request of any board member prior to the meeting. The consent agenda items are on the screen. Is there any objection to approving the consent agenda? Seeing and hearing no objection, the consent agenda is approved. New business. The following are new business agenda items. There will not be a vote tonight on these items, but action is scheduled at a future meeting. The new business agenda items are on the screen.
Thank you, Ms. Pekarsky. At this time, I call on Dr. Brabrand for Superintendent Matters.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. I really only have one matter I want to share with you tonight. I know we've talked a little bit this evening about returning to school in person, and I want to provide an interim update around our return to in-person learning in advance of the February 2nd school board work session we'll have as part of our monthly return to school work sessions. Since we last met, the Virginia Department of Education, in partnership with the Virginia Department of Health, issued interim guidance for reopening pre-K-12 schools on January 14th. This guidance includes a decision-making model that closely aligns to the model that we had presented to you at the January return to school work session that was developed in our partnership with the Fairfax County Health Department. So our team now is working with our health department to incorporate the VDH guidance into our own model, and we look forward to sharing those updates with you and the community at our February 2nd work session. The governor had his own press conference talking about the model and really working to support return to school for in-person learning. As you also know, the process for vaccinating our teachers and staff began just last week, January 16th. According to a statement that ANOVA gave me this evening, I want to share with you that we have had 22,000 FCPS staff members already registered to take the vaccination, which is almost 90% of our staff registered to take the vaccination. Already 5,000 of them have been vaccinated so far. I believe that is one of the most robust responses in the country to the vaccination process, and I applaud our teachers and staff and our teacher associations for supporting the vaccination process. And I want to also thank the Fairfax County Health Department. I want to thank Dr. Gloria, and I want to thank ANOVA for partnering with us in an inclusive, respectful process that has gotten our folks to step up and be a part of the vaccination process. We hosted a town hall on January 14th to provide information to our staff who had questions about the vaccine process, and I want to thank Dr. Schwartz from the Fairfax County Health Department. He joined me along with Dr. Williams, our Chief Equity Officer, and Mr. McDonald, our Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources in the interim capacity. And we talked about all the issues around vaccinations, the equity issues, the HR issues, and again, very, very excited for that partnership. Finally, I just want to share one other update, and if our clerk could put that up just for the public. Again, we'll get a chance to talk about this on February 2nd. I want to share with you my updated timeline for a return to in-person learning that I will include as part of my presentation to the board February 2nd. This timeline is a measured phase-in approach that allows us to return those students who requested in-person learning during the months of February and March. And I share this timeline with you tonight simply as information only, and I'll be sharing and talking about it more at our February 2nd work session. Now, we're going to continue to monitor our safety and transmission data as we return students and staff to school, and we'll make adjustments if needed. And we recognize that our community transmission remains high. When we presented in January, our total number of cases per 100,000 was 510, and as of yesterday, it was a little over 741. And percent positivity in January was 12.5%. Now it's a little over 13%. And the persistence of those high numbers do have an impact on the likelihood of school and classroom closures due to staff or student community exposure to COVID-19. We're seeing some of that impact now in our athletics programs and with staff who continue to report to buildings. And we know that even as our staff are getting vaccinated, and it's just great news that I shared with you a minute ago, the response our staff has, the health department has let us know that individuals who are exposed to COVID-19, even if they're vaccinated, will still be asked to quarantine if they're exposed. So there'll still be some operational challenges for folks that are vaccinated, but then through the contact tracing determine that they are close contacts. However, this return to school timeline provides space between the return of student groups in each of our school settings, and it will allow our students and staff to become proficient in those key mitigation strategies that we've talked about for several months so that we can bring back our students to in-person instruction. This is a model and a timeline that is supported by our principals at all three levels, and we know they will be the leaders in operationalizing this timeline. They have seen this timeline. They are supportive of this timeline. They are ready to implement this timeline. This new timeline does begin to bring students back as early as next week for intervention cohorts. We know some of our most vulnerable students are struggling, and they will begin doing it as early as next week. Then it'll be followed by a return of students in groups 1 through 4. And then we'll start our new bell schedule for our students on the return of groups 1 through 4 on February 16th. As I mentioned about the vaccination process, I want to be clear that FCPS does not control the vaccination timeline. The current vaccination timeline process, though, is allowing almost all of our staff to receive 2 doses of the vaccine prior to returning in this timeline. Our return to in-person learning is not totally aligned to the vaccination schedule, but the recommended timeline allows our teachers to return with greater confidence and a focus on teaching and learning for our students. I do look forward to a more in-depth discussion and presentation on February 2nd of the new state model and interim guidance of this timeline, and I'll be glad to answer questions at that time. I want you to know that as we heard yesterday, our new president said this is a time for unity. I hope we can unify around this return to school for in-person instruction timeline and begin the process of returning kids to school in the weeks ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brabrand. We will now move to the board committee reports. I will call on Mr. Frisch for an update from the Governance Committee, followed by Ms. Keys-Gamarra for an update from the Audit Committee.
Thank you very much, Chairman Anderson. The Governance Committee met last week and continued to chip away at its busy policy docket. In addition to approving recommended amendments for Policy 1802 regarding the student representative, which the board approved unanimously tonight, the committee also requested final changes to Policy 4430 concerning conflicts of interest, which we've been working on for many months. Additionally, the committee requested staff analysis and additional information for policy 2501 regarding rules and procedures for school counseling services, policy 2720 regarding student lists, and policy 3310 regarding focused school initiatives and implementation. Our next meeting is Tuesday, February 9th. Thank you.
Thank you. We had our audit committee meeting this past week. It was actually a very short meeting. We discussed our special education review, which is continuing, and our experts are communicating with our Auditor General, and they have asked to be able to complete surveys of the community. And to preserve the independence of this, the Auditor General will be sending out surveys on behalf of the school board. There were other reviews by the Auditor General that will be reported at a later date. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we will have board matters, and I will call on members 3 at a time, so please follow each other without any additional introduction. We will begin with Mr. Frisch, then Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, then Ms. Denard-Kofax. Mr. Frisch, Ms. Sizemore-Heiser, Ms. Denard-Kofax. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Anderson. I think I've taken up enough time tonight. I'll just say that we just received a preview of Superintendent Brabrand's updated return to school timeline, and I am encouraged by what we saw tonight. I look forward to discussing the issue in more detail with the superintendent and my colleagues in the days ahead and at our work session. And I will be sending an update to my constituents in Providence District to gain their insights and thoughts as well. Thank you.
Thank you. It's late, so I won't take up too much time. I first just wanted to say that Ms. Pekarsky and I are holding a town hall, a virtual town hall, Monday night at 7, and she has sent out an email with the information, and I'll be sending an email out as well. It'll be on Blackboard Collaborative, and the link will be sent out via my email. And what I'm looking forward to is hearing really any of your thoughts and concerns, but in particular, now that Dr. Brabrand has revealed his draft timeline for return to school, your thoughts and concerns around the return to school timeline or anything you want to share. I want to say I am really glad to see a timeline that returns our students, all the students to the building who chose to be in person. I think, as I've said before, there is a need for safety, but there's also a need, the word safety is complex, and we need to take into account our students' mental health, their educational well-being, and the safety of our teachers, staff, and students. And I wish we could get some of our special education students in sooner. I would love to see activities at the elementary school level. And I know Dr. Brabrand's giving this look like you always want more, and I do, so I'll own that. But I am thrilled to see a timeline to return our students to school, and I can't wait to see our kids in our building. So thank you, Dr. Brabrand, for bringing that today. And thank you to Inova and Dr. Gloria for the great work to get the vaccines out to our teachers and staff. This is good news.
Thank you, and I too will be brief. I do want to thank several teachers at Claremont Elementary School where I had the privilege of doing some virtual pop-ins. I learned a little bit about second grade math, was refreshed on that, had some music lessons, and also went on a virtual field trip to Vietnam. So I want to thank Ms. Schott, Ms. Bake, Ms. Acosta, Ms. Kangro, and Principal Salata for allowing me to be part of your day that afternoon. Again, while we all cannot wait to get the kids back in school, I just want to continue to say, as I do these pop-in visits for our virtual classrooms, the patience and the caring that these teachers are showing and the engagement that the kids are having on this elementary school visits that I had were impressive. And I just want to thank them all for doing such a very, very good job in this challenging environment. I also want to just share with my colleagues this legislative session in Richmond is moving very, very fast and furiously. Michael Malloy and I are talking on a daily basis. If you have questions, please reach out to me. It's fast moving and interesting, and I'll be happy to update you about what's going on. But it changes from one day to the next, 1 hour to the next. I spoke to Michael 1 hour, and then I spoke to Dr. Braybrand another hour, and things had changed this afternoon. So thank you for that. Thank you, Dr. Braybrand, for your a return to school timeline. We are all encouraged by that and the vaccine schedule. I have been hearing a little chatter, and I will follow up with you on social media about the first session, people not being able to schedule that. That was just, again, social media, so I would like a check on that to ensure that everyone who wants that vaccine can register for that, who are FCPS staff. So thank you, and I will follow up with you on that tomorrow.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Ms. Somesh, Ms. Cohen, and Ms. Tolan.
Thank you. It's a thrill, certainly, to hear about the 90% vaccination situation, and I'm really looking forward to what that means for our next return to school conversation about moving towards opening. It's really exciting news. I want to acknowledge our counselors, our teachers, and our principals, given the various recognitions we had today, the Red for Ed situation, and of course the commemoration of our principals coming up. And want to also make sure I acknowledge, I don't often take personal points of privilege, but given that we are in the shadow of Martin Luther King Day and really reflecting on where our country's been and where it's headed, I want to make sure it's very clear that, two incidents that came to my attention at our schools, one, racist comment made in a Blackboard Collaborate session, and another where the smearing of a young woman online by adults because this child has apparently the call to prayer going off in her home. And that one was particularly personal to me, goes without saying. But I did want to take that moment in the shadow of MLK Day to say we're entering a new chapter now in this country in Fairfax County. And I, as a board member, and I'm sure some of my colleagues would agree, just want to send a very clear message to those students who've been impacted that is not something we tolerate. It is not something I will ever stand for in this county. And it's a great opportunity for us to learn from one another and show compassion towards one another to stand against those kinds of behaviors. And with the specific incident related to who I believe is a Muslim student, I know it's even amongst my colleagues a learning process to understand that as a Muslim I am someone who has to pray 5 times a day, and that's a way that I reflect and personally honor my spiritual practice, which keeps me grounded and brings me to be here as a board member doing the right thing because that's the only thing I care to do. So I wanted to, again, take that point of privilege because this is not the kind of thing we accept in this county, not against any group, no matter what, background you come from, identity you have. This is a place for everyone, and I look forward to moving in the shadow of MLK Day towards, a new feeling of what we can be to one another in this community.
Thanks. I just 90%, holy cow. I am so encouraged and I'm so proud of our FCPS team. It's amazing to me, I think, in a time where the narratives have been that our teachers don't want to be back to school, that we literally broke the system trying to register to get vaccines, to get back in buildings. And every teacher I've had the opportunity to talk to or seen them on social media is just so excited about the idea of getting to be back in classrooms with their students. So I just It's awesome. It's awe-inspiring, and I'm so proud of our team and so grateful to Innova. They're running through about 60 people every 15 minutes. And just hearing that and hearing people's excitement and enthusiasm, so grateful to everybody. I also want to say thank you to Teddy Geis and the Woodson Leadership class for having myself and Dr. Anderson and Dr. Brabrand there last week. It was awesome, and the students asked such amazing questions, really tough questions, and really thought-provoking, and it was just a joy to get to be with them and to see some of the leaders that we're about to send out into the world. It was awesome. Also, this weekend, in the weekend of service, I'm grateful as always to our friends at Braddock Elementary School. Was one of the sites where, through partnership with some different faith organizations, they have just continued through the pandemic since March to be able to feed the community, in particular on the days, the weekends, when grab and go are not available. So this weekend, getting to be there and watching and helping distribute about 250 bags of groceries and boxes of groceries and coats, and just to let our community know that we are there and we're working together to support them. It was awesome for my family to get to be a part of that. So thank you to Braddock again, as always. It's very exciting, I think, for all of us to get a sneak peek of Dr. Brabrand's plan. I have had many calls from principals in the last couple of days to say how grateful they are, that they felt very included in the process, and they felt like their comments and their input was really valued and was taken into account, and they see that reflected in the newest plan. So I'm so grateful to hear that. I'm so grateful our staff is going to be vaccinated, and it feels like we are on track to find some bit of normal in the middle of all of this. So look forward to what's ahead.
Dr. Anderson, am I up?
No, it's Ms. Tolan.
Yes, here I am. Of course, I'm excited about our return to school, potential schedule and the vaccination process. But I want to take a little bit of a different tactic tonight. I want to spend some time just highlighting, how amazing the young people that we have the opportunity to parent, to teach, and to support through our work, just how amazing they are. I have to say, yesterday I watched the Young Poet Laureate at the inauguration give a stunning performance, and then I watched adult after adult talk about how surprised they were that she was so young. I wasn't surprised. I have been so fortunate to work with so many students of all ages, and I've just seen incredible things done even by our youngest of students. And here's what some of our FCPS leaders are up to right now. This week, Caitlin Malloy from Chantilly High School put on a sustainability summit as part of her Girl Scout Gold Award. She hosted over 200 young people virtually. It's still going on. I think they have another session tomorrow from around the world. 28 states and 3 countries are represented. It was the highlight of my week to be able to speak at this conference and to field questions from this group on how to further their work around the world. Thank you, Caitlin. Incredible work. I want to congratulate the 2 Drainsville seniors that were elected to the 2020 Virginia Music Educators Association Senior Honors Choir. They'll be having a concert in March of 2020. Congratulations to artists Leland Howe from Langley High School and Maggie Warden from Langley High School. And these are just 2 of our talented awardees. We have 24 in FCPS. And then, of course, there's the pandemic. And we've had stories of students making masks, donating food, writing books. The list goes on. The list is long. But I do want to highlight one young woman from Drainsville Elementary School. Mate, a 3rd grader from Drainsville Elementary School, and her family saw that a DC pizzeria was feeding National Guard troops in DC.
In 24 hours, she raised $1,000, which was matched by the restaurant, to help feed the guards. She was able to help distribute the pizza and to meet some of the National Guard troops. Last week, Nathan and I met. He talked a little bit about this with Langley High School SAC council members and student government members to discuss outreach to students and getting more student feedback to the school board and to our leadership team. We had a very productive conversation, and the students all expressed an interest and an opportunity to share ideas with students at the other Drainsville high schools. So we're going to be working on putting together a group, and I'm really excited and look forward to discussions with the students as we work together to transition forward out of COVID-19 and tackle other opportunities ahead of us as a team. McLean and Langley Pyramid families, I will see you at the public hearing next week. Thanks, everyone, and good night.
Thank you, Ms. Tolan. Our next three speakers are Ms. Keys Gamara, Ms. Marin, and Ms. Corbett Sanders. Again, Ms. Keys Gamara, Ms. Marin, and Ms. Corbett Sanders.
Thank you. I'd like to start off by welcoming my staff aide, who I think is watching, Ms. Nelda Brown, who is quite experienced in educational issues and advocacy, lives in Fairfax County, and I am so excited to work with her and partner with her, and I know that she will help us all to do a great job. So welcome, Nelda, and I ask my colleagues to also welcome her. I too will be having a town hall in February focusing on mental health, particularly in light of the events that our students have had to process in the beginning part of this year, and also, well, for several months actually. So I will be having some special guests to help talk to parents and as well as students about having some of these difficult conversations. And I thank you, Dr. Brabrand, for giving us a schedule. I look forward to following through and having an opportunity to ask questions. I do want to be brief because it is late, so I allow my colleagues to take this any additional time. Thank you guys and have a good night.
Yes, I first also want to thank Inova for their partnership. That is really the hallmark of a true partnership. Thank you so much for taking the burden of scheduling all of that off of us and helping our staff. I had a very reflective week honoring Martin Luther King Day and all of the people as part of the civil rights movement. I have a video up somewhere online, you can find it, for my remarks for the Reston Association, which was really nice to be included in that video along with other elected officials, including our Congressman Connolly. I actually am just about done finishing a book that really tied together where we're at, The Immortal Life of Henrietta Lacks, which is a story about a woman who's African American, whose cells were taken as a biopsy that really formed the basis for just about every kind of medical test and vaccine we have today. So as I've been processing about these vaccines, I'm thinking, I bet those are Henrietta Lacks's cells. So it's been a very reflective week. I wanted to mention we have our public budget hearing on Tuesday, January 26th at 6 p.m. And anyone can sign up. It's on the school board's website. And you have 3 minutes. So the hearing is about budget-related items. Relatedly, also the General Assembly session, I've been very busy trying to advocate for some pretty boring things that would make a big change for how we could do our work better for the public, which involve being able to meet more flexibly by some individual virtual meetings and some other things. So as kind of mundane as that is, it'd be really important. And I thank our staff, Michael Malloy, for that help, and our other delegates, Kathleen Murphy, Kathy Tran, David Bulova. Lots of people were helping to advocate for us in the General Assembly, and we really appreciate that. And just in honor of National School Council Week, I will give a shout out to Mrs. May and Mrs. Johnson at my children's school, who are a resource for my children and also me. So thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Before I go, did I skip someone?
You're up.
Okay. Before I discuss the back to school, I did want to give a heads up on two events that are actually three. There's the VSBA Capital Conference, which I know that both Ms. Derenak Kofax and I will be participating in on Monday. And then the following Monday, we have a federal conference to meet with legislators about the new agenda before the Congress. As everybody knows, there's been a change in leadership at both the Senate level and in the White House, so that will have an impact on the legislative agenda. And we did see today that the president released his plans for the COVID-19, which will include more guidance for our schools, increased funding for PPE, for ventilation systems, and for testing. And so that's all positive news there. And which leads us to the exciting news that Dr. Brabrand shared with us with the number of our staff who have already signed up for vaccines. To put that in context, the average amount of, it's about 60 to 62% of any group that normally signs up for vaccines. So it just shows the enthusiasm and the commitment of our staff to wanting to get back into our buildings, that they've all signed up for the vaccines. And so we very much appreciate the partnership with the county, with the state, and with ANOVA. And Dr. Brabrand, your leadership in setting an aggressive schedule for the vaccinations. I look forward to our work session next week to talk about the return to school. I'm glad that we had a bit of a pause, because what that allowed us to do is actually have more outreach to our staff, and thank you to Mr. Plattenberg for going through a number of the buildings in the Mount Vernon district to help us make sure that we more effectively utilize the capacity so that we can have those the hybrid classrooms back along the schedule that Dr. Brabrand has scheduled. So it has been a very well utilized couple of weeks for that. And then my final mention is on February 6th, we will be having the annual Mount Vernon Town Hall. This is, I think, year 29 for town halls in Mount Vernon. And so please plan on joining us this year. It will be virtual.
Thank you very much, Ms. Corbett-Sanders. At this time, we will have Ms. Pekarsky, Ms. McLaughlin, and I will end it up. Ms. Pekarsky.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Brabrand, for sharing with us your return to school plan tonight. I know there were lots of anxious people who were waiting throughout this whole meeting to finally get a glimpse of this, and I am generally very supportive, and I look forward to the conversation in February, so we can really get this going. And I'm also encouraged by the fact I think our 7-day COVID transmission numbers are now also trending down, coupled with the vaccinations. I just think things are really finally looking up for our county and for our students. I would like to thank Franklin Middle School. I attended their equity discussion this week, just you know, as a listener to hear the community, and I really appreciate that they took the time, and parents also came and expressed their views and their thoughts. It was very helpful to hear from people, and I look forward to you know, continuing these and going to as many as possible. I also had the opportunity to go to some parent meetings for 2 new principals in our district, so we are you know, busy in that respect. And I do look forward to also attending the VSBA Capitol Conference next week, and the town hall that I'll be having with Ms. Sizemore Heiser. So thank you.
Okay, quickly, I just want to first make sure the community is aware. I'll send a notice out tomorrow that I'll be holding 2 town halls for the Braddock District community next Thursday, though it's open to everyone in the county. Both in the morning from 10 to 11:30 a.m. and then in the evening from 7 to 8:30 p.m. Secondly, I want to do a really special shout out to Dr. Jake Kohut, who is not only a DC National Guardsman, but he is also pulling double duty as our band teacher for both Canterbury Woods Elementary and Frost Middle School. And he was profiled by both NBC News and the Washington Post. So thank you, Dr. Kohut, for your dedication to our students, and you make us proud. And then I too want to just quickly introduce my new staff aide, Donna Nelson Schneider, who's not only a Woodson parent, but also has decades-long career in television journalism as a producer. So I'm very excited to have her partnering with me. And then finally, I would like to just say a few words about our new president, who spoke so eloquently yesterday in his inaugural speech when he talked about unity being our path forward. And when he was basically saying to all of us how important it is if we can just try to listen to one another, respect one another, try to hear and see one another. That's where we will find the unity that our nation needs. And so I certainly take it to heart and appreciate all of my colleagues, Dr. Brabrand and his team, certainly in the spirit of our amazing new president. I look forward to doing just that. So have a great evening, everybody.
Thank you. My comments will be brief because I know what it's like to stand between you and your cars, and that scares me. But in keeping with what Ms. McLaughlin just shared regarding yesterday, it was a very hopeful day. I think all of our hearts have been lifted, and that continues into today. I'll share with you, Dr. Brabrand, I'm quite encouraged by the schedule that you shared with us for return to school, because we do know that's been the goal of parents and teachers and administrators and school board members across Fairfax County, and it seems as if we're getting a little bit closer to that, particularly with the progress with the vaccinations. I would be remiss if I didn't give a shout out to Catherine Brodish Machete, because she is one of those nurses who is vaccinating our teachers, many of them. And she actually posted about how enthusiastic staff was about their inoculations. So I'm very encouraged. I have just 2 more quick things, just kind of moving into a little bit lighter, segueing into some lighter topics. I want to say congratulations to Principal Felicia Usher at Wayanoke. She is the outstanding Region 2 principal. It is so well deserved. I'm just very excited for her. And I want to say welcome to the newest principal at Bailey's Elementary, Miss Dews. Very excited to have you on board in the Mason District. And last but not least, a little bit of fun news. A former Annandale High School Adam graduate of the class 2007, Rachel Laguna, she was crowned Mrs. Venezuela, her home country, and she will be participating in the Miss Globe contest. So that's kind of very exciting, one of our own here from the Mason District. And that is it for me, and I do believe everyone is ready to call it a good night at 11:34. So our meeting is adjourned.